Good evening, Stunthanger fans. It's Rusty. I'm here to host the Stunthanger Hangout show Friday night, April the 10th, 2020. And as I speak, I'm posting the link in the At the Bench thread. So if you've got a camera and a microphone, it should be popping up right now. And there it is. Okay, so if you go to the stunthanger.com forums main page, scroll down below where the open forum is, and it's another forum area called live streams, and the topic is at the bench. And the latest post, the one I posted, has today's date in it, and so click that link that I have bolded, and you can come in and join us with your camera and microphone. Otherwise, as usual, you can go to the Stunthanger YouTube channel and watch live in the YouTube window, and there's a text chat box there where you can converse with us via text. If you want to type it in and ask us your questions, tell us your answers and opinions, and whatever else you bring to the party, and you can do that. And don't forget the super chat box is the block dollar sign at the bottom of the chat box on the YouTube page. And if you are so inclined, you can drop Sparky a little walking around money. And that pays for server fees. It pays for all the equipment it takes to keep this show on and free, and all of the broadcasts he does from various events, and everything else that he does to keep the control line community together. And that's what our mission statement is here, is to promote aeromodeling, not just control line, friendship, togetherness, and all that kind of stuff. So, and beer, yes, who like that? Hey, John, how you doing? Um, John popped up big, so I spoke to him first. We got a couple of other guys out here waiting for me to quit babbling. But that's about all I got. Just the usual things. Keep it family, room friendly. Don't say anything you wouldn't want to say in front of your child. And my computer's in the family room, except for it doesn't have any children anymore. But uh, uh, just keep it cool with the language, and we'll be great. And watch out for a little bit of voice delay and lip sync, because sometimes it's hard to tell when somebody's actually talking just because their lips stopped moving. It's hard to tell. So try not to step on somebody, um, and just make sure we don't talk over them. I think I've got the settings so that that's at a minimum tonight, but we won't know until we start. So let's start. And good evening. That would be to uh, Tom and Denny, and let's see who we got. That's Greg and John and Mike. Wow, we got a big crowd, and Bob Hunt's out there. And so welcome Friday night, and let's have fun. Off
All
with the
right.
show.
Now I'm going to start the night out right. This is my son's homebrew. Stuff's about 12%.
What are you building there, Greg?
Oh, that's
it's a crop duster. Larry Krause designed this back. Oh God.
Yeah, I've seen that plan.
Yeah,
that's Larry Cruz.
Cruz. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was close. I had a K in it.
Real good friend of mine.
Yeah, this is the fourth one for me. It's not because the plane's bad. It's the problem's out at the handle end. But I like the airplane. It's a nice flying airplane for somebody who knows what the hell he's doing.
Well, Larry's got some nice stuff out there. I've been looking. I got the Thomas Wilkes CDs with a lot of the old plans on it. Larry's name keeps popping up on a lot of really neat little airplanes.
We did a video together several years ago. We did a video called "How to Cover Models with Japanese Tissue."
Okay.
I went down and visited him, and we shot it in his kitchen, and the cat kept walking on the sink behind him while he was talking. So.
All right.
Well, I have a couple of questions for you.
So did everybody have a good week this week?
Experts. I've been working on the smoothie now that I know it's a smoothie. It's covered now. Got it covered. Got it all fixed. So this is a kit that I didn't build originally, but I've had it for 40 years. And it's got a square or rectangular perfect metal tank. And so I noticed the pickup goes to the lower outside corner of the fuselage. So would you guys recommend that, or seems like
No.
it would starve for fuel if you're inverted?
No, it should go to the center of the tank, center of the tank on the back.
Yeah, to your point, Tom, I think it's going to run out of fuel inverted pretty doggone early in the flight. But and as soon as probably halfway anyway through the tank, you're going to, and anywhere overhead and stuff, it's going to start giving you grief.
Okay.
You could probably get away with the fact that it's not a wedge. I mean, that's not ideal either. But like Bob says, if that pickup isn't in the center of the tank, man, you're just asking for trouble. So.
And that's probably what happened to me, because the last time I flew, which was a lot of years ago, I don't know exactly. I was inverted and it quit, and that did some damage.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's rebuilt. So I think I'll put a different tank in there.
Yeah, definitely. You can get to it.
The last time I flew it, and when I got the plane, it came with a Tester's 35, the heavy one, the one that's got the
big
kind
square,
of blocked out crank case. So I think I'm gonna put it. I have a OS FP40. I think that would be a good engine to put in there. No.
The only trouble with the FP40 is it might be heavier than the McCoy was. The Testers.
I don't know.
What do you think? I mean, the Testers was about an 8.5 ounce motor. The FP is about 9, isn't it?
It's 11. Well, with the prop and spinner, it's 11.
Yeah.
Tom, how does it balance with that Tester's engine in it right now?
It's a little nose heavy.
Okay. The problem with the FP40, they can be made to run right, but you gotta look at a normally a flatter pitch prop and a higher RPM. You'd be far better off to get something like an Enya 35 to 40.
Yeah, one of the
Enya 45 or something along that line. A McCoy 35 redhead would be fine in there. That's a very light.
I have one of those. I have a McCoy redhead.
You run it on all caster?
Yes.
I'd go with the redhead, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. That Enya 30.
My FP40 would always run a great run in practice, and then when I would get to a contest, it would fall on its face and either run away or be too rich. So it wasn't as user friendly as like an LA 40 or 46. That was my main complaint with the FP40, is it just wasn't as consistent. Now FP35, it was a whole different animal. It was a consistent engine. I never had to adjust the needle on it, but I was always dinking around with the FP40 trying to get it to run right.
Now, the other thing, this was built with a rudder offset. You see that?
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of offset.
Well, that's the good old days.
Can I take that out?
How much? Yes, take it out.
Okay.
I would.
Well, if I had built it, I wouldn't build it with that much. I don't know if not my favorite thing, but I don't know.
I would build it with 0.
I would, yeah. About all I've been doing is I've been like, if I taper, thin out the rudder, or thin out the rudder, I'll put it so the flat side is on the outboard side and all the taper is on the inboard side, just so it isn't turning in.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about it. About that much.
And you might ask why.
So why you mean put it?
Why?
Okay, why?
Hey,
I'm so glad you asked.
yeah.
All right. Speed creates lift, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're diving, coming down in a loop, the airplane's accelerating. What's the rudder trying to do? It's trying to push the nose out more, right?
Right.
Okay, but when you come through the bottom of the loop and you start to climb, you lose speed. What's the third law of motion? Equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, third law of motion that's the one where you turn around and run, right? So,
It'll actually start to, if you climb, it'll actually start to come in on you because it was so far out where it shouldn't have been. It comes back and swings in toward you as you're climbing. And Billy Weirwood showed me that, my Saturn. I had some rudder off there,
Rebound.
and I was having some trouble with
It rebounds. That's right.
Yeah, rebound. And he said, take the rudder offset out. And he did, and it fixed it.
mhm.
Okay.
And like Denny said, either lightly airfoil it slightly, or just mount it so that it's, if anything, it's a hundredth of a degree offset angling across the fuselage rather than inset. But other than that, they can be perfectly straight and they're fine.
Okay. Right now, with the OS engine, it weighs 41 ounces. It's
Oh, wow.
501 square inches. Is that
Yeah, that's real good.
okay?
That's fine.
All right. Well, I'll make those changes and I'll give it a try.
I think you'll be in good shape. Yeah.
Yeah. Should
As
be a
far
nice
as
flying
as far as
plane.
the tank compartment goes, do you have room to put a longer tank, like a 4-ounce wedge tank in it? Like a standard wedge tank. It would be an inch tall by 4 inches long.
I think so, but I'm not sure. Right now, it's got a 3-ounce tank. Is that about right for 35?
Usually at least a 3.5, probably a 4.
3.5. Okay.
Got to remember,
Yeah.
back in the old days, especially the old-time pattern, weren't as many maneuvers, and there was only one lap between maneuvers required for scoring. Now they're requiring 2 laps between maneuvers, so you need a bigger tank. And if you're going to do the AMA pattern, which is 15 maneuvers, you're going to need a bigger tank, especially if you fly competition. If you're not flying competition and you just do 1 lap between maneuvers, you should be okay with a 3-ounce tank. But you do 2 laps between maneuvers, you're going to need a bigger tank.
Okay. Yeah, this plane, I've had it for 40 years, and I don't know how long, the other guy had it. So
Wow.
it's pretty old.
You had it when you were 3 years old?
Yeah. It was a Christmas present.
Right.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Is that
Good luck with it, Tom.
Thank you.
Another way to get rid of some
Yeah,
of
get a camera out there. Get a
rid of
camera out there when you fly it so we can see you.
that
See
big
you
muffler
flying.
is heavy. You can get rid of that big muffler and get rid of some nose weight. Put on a chip muffler.
Yeah, I don't know if I could even put a muffler on the McCoy Redhead.
No.
You can
No.
if you strap it on. You need an old time, strap around the outside of it, and that's the only way you can get there from here.
It would take away all the horsepower of the engine.
Well, the other thing is you can put a muffler on it if it's a later series and they had a real heavy boss in the center of the exhaust for an exhaust valve.
Mhm.
And you can tap that. You can mount a muffler, especially a chip muffler. You can mount that with a single bolt through the middle into the exhaust port.
That wasn't a sub-piston port induction engine, was it?
No,
I don't think they were sub ports. No.
It was a,
no.
Dennis, can you loan him one of your strap-ons?
I don't have any.
Oh, okay.
Tom,
I was going to say the last thing I was going to suggest to Tom, since we're changing his motor and changing his fuel tank, why the hell don't we just put a battery and electric in it?
there you go.
I mean, let's cut to the chase here, right? So,
and Tom,
and
That
I
old
guarantee
Chester's-
it won't quit inverted on you.
that old Tester's engine they actually ran very good despite their being heavyweights. They ran so good that George Aldrich wanted to get hold of the machine with the tooling on that, but they'd already destroyed it.
Oh,
So it's a ringed engine and it runs a very good stunt run. So if
Yeah.
you've got a light enough airplane. If it only takes an ounce or thereabouts of lead in the tail to balance it, you'd have a pretty good setup right there.
Yeah, that engine, by the way, was a Bill Netchie band brainchild.
Yep.
Bill Netchie band was the guy who helped testers design and get that engine to market.
Yeah, I never really comprehended why they made that heavy bottom end on the case and everything like that, because the old McCoy castings were all nicely done and everything like that.
Yeah.
But the top end
I know,
was fantastic. So
I know why.
why is
I
that?
asked Bill Netzband about that. He says that's what happens when engineering meets design.
over engineering?
Well, the engineering department came up with the engine. The design department came out with what they thought would make it sell better.
Oh,
All right. The design
looks.
department wanted something that was sexy looking.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess you can see that history repeats itself. OS Max a few years ago brought out, they started restyling. That's the only way to describe it. Restyling their 4 strokes, and then they got their 2 strokes and everything like that. And the restyling meant they just added a few ounces of unnecessary castings to everything, and boy, they look swoopy. But come on,
You know what your brother Dave would call that?
any number of things. Family vision.
Your brother Dave would call that right brain engineering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, we got a new visitor, Fred Demaria. Is that how you say it?
Oh yeah, look at that. There's something there for everybody.
All right. Yeah.
that's the one you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
The testers.
Good grief.
Man, that thing's ugly.
Yeah, the fin crankcase and everything like that.
Gee whiz.
But
I
it's
remember
a
your,
beautiful runner.
microphone's
It's
muted.
like toaster oven.
Anybody breaks into your house, you can put that in a sock and beat them to death with it, man.
Yeah.
Anybody knows you have one, they won't break in your house.
Yeah.
Hey, Fred, your microphone is muted. There we go. There we go. How you doing tonight?
Hello, how are you?
Pretty good.
How about you?
Is this the first time you've joined us?
I was on a couple weeks ago.
That's right.
Who's that?
Okay,
he's-
I thought you looked familiar.
Yeah, he's the newbie getting in the control line, getting out of RC,
Okay.
There he is.
bringing him to
Welcome
the
to the
dark
show.
side.
Yeah.
Cool.
What are you working on, Fred?
What are you working on, Fred?
You got any projects on
Oh, me?
the? You got any projects on the table, Fred?
Like 4 of them, 5. I'm working on a foam wing ringmaster. Am I behind?
We got you.
Foaming Ringmaster. What else?
Brodak Tomahawk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm building a top flight Taurus.
That's right. You mentioned that before. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
What else?
Don't get the parts
Oh,
fixed.
fixing my bislab.
Oh, well.
You got 5
Yeah, that's
parts
pretty-
going at one time. Don't get the parts mixed up.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
What's that?
Yeah.
don't get the parts mixed up.
If he's not careful, he'll have something like Johnny Cash's Cadillac.
Yeah. One piece at a time.
Yeah.
The I always thought the pattern planes from that era, I mean, they were definitely onto something. And the Taurus, the Orion, the Taurus, the Tom Brett airplane,
Finland.
Apogee. Does that sound right?
Tom Brett, was that
Apogee?
the Mach 1?
No, that was later. That was Norm.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
no,
Right,
not.
right. Yeah, Norm.
I had that's better.
No, wait. He
Norm
did the
Page.
Yeah.
Norm Page, yeah.
Yeah. Anyhow, yeah.
Hey, I just
BMJR.
got a message that the link.
What up here?
All right. Yeah.
I just got a
BMJR
message.
models has
The
got
link to
half
the
A's
meeting's
on
not
those.
working. I just got
Hold on, look.
a notice on YouTube that the link to the meeting's not working. Did any of y'all have trouble clicking in?
Came right in.
Yep.
I got in on Stunthangar, and I'm actually on a different device tonight. I stole my daughter's Chromebook to see if I'd have any better
Oh, cool.
reception, and I put 8x8 on here and went to Stunthangar and got right in, and I can hear you guys loud and
Right.
clear with no chatter and no breaking up. So I'm
That
good.
sounds great. Yeah.
This is
We're hearing
Dennis
you better
SN.
too, Mike.
This is
Good.
Dennis SN 2009. Says Rusty, your link to the meeting's not working.
Oh, Dennis Nunes. I saw he popped up on his box popped up, but then it immediately went away. But we haven't seen Dennis for a while.
Yeah.
But
He's
he
on
did
YouTube
show up
right now.
Okay.
Where are you from, Fred?
I think you better reboot.
I'm in,
if you're watching, I got reboot.
Where's that?
Newtown, Connecticut.
Oh, Connecticut. Okay.
Yeah, there's not too many control line guys up this way.
No, a few, but not too many. No.
There's I know there's the big club in New Jersey, although I've never been down there, called Garden State Circle Burners.
Well, they just lost their field, so it's iffy if the club is going to stay together or not.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
That's too bad. How'd that happen? Wow.
They went out there one day, and the field they've had since 1958. They went out there one day to fly, and then there were plows in there plowing it up. They were planting trees and ripped up the runway, ripped up the parking lot, and it's gone.
Without even telling them, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Apparently, somebody bought the piece of property from the previous owner and just decided to do something with it.
Where in New Jersey was that?
Lincoln Park, around the Wayne area.
Okay, I know where that is. Yeah, I used to live in Wawa.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
North Jersey.
I lived in Woodcliff Lake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I talk to you at the Ram show once in a while.
Yeah. But you look familiar.
That's too bad. That was a big club too, no?
Oh yeah. One time it was a real big club.
As I told the guys last time I was on, I'm in the Mid Hudson RC, the club that puts on the Rhinebeck show.
Yeah.
I've been in that for like 35 years, but there's a small group of us that are doing control line. So I'm one of those guys.
Do you know Steve Busso?
Yeah, I know George. I knew George for a long time. Steve Busso, I remember in the 80s, he bought a stiletto. That's what it was. He bought one to the club meeting, and he did one of those really, unbelievable finishes on it, and I was blown away by the beauty of it.
Oh yeah, he's a good builder and finisher for sure.
Yeah, he used to come to the meetings when I was a teenager, but I hadn't seen him in a long time. Nice guy.
He is. Real nice guy. His dad George and his mom Olive were really nice people too.
Well, George was one of the founders of the Rhinebeck contest up in Palin, and that's how they got it started.
Yeah.
This club, it used to be the IBM club, believe it or not. The guys at IBM used to go out and fly, and then they changed. Yeah, I think to get the AMA charter, they changed it to open it up to all members, and that's what became Mid Hudson RC.
Yeah.
Huh. I've been the treasurer of about 5 years of the club. But for control line, I kind of got to sneak it in when they don't have when people aren't flying, so they don't trip over the lines. But they like it, because a lot of them like most of us started out in control line or a free flight, so they like to see the control line. But I can't get too many guys doing it. I mean, I'm not even that good myself, but
I flew in that World War I jamboree thing one year I had a 9-decker and I flew RC.
Yep. We had the 50th like 4 years ago. That was a really good turnout. A lot of the originals came, Zerolis came, and who else?
Sal Calvagno, those guys.
Yeah. Jeez, I can't remember people's names anymore.
Yeah.
I'll think of it, and then I'll mention it.
We're all getting to that age, Fred.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, Denny,
Yes, sir.
did you get an email from me?
I
tonight?
sure did. I got your file
Okay.
ready to go as soon as we find a good time for it here.
Okay.
All right. Hey, looks like Dennis is back. But he's muted and no video. All right, he's not muted anymore. Dennis, you there?
I'm there. I'm trying to get my video going here. Hang on. I'm having all kinds of issues today.
All right. You know, I think I liked it better the other way. Oh, sorry.
I was trying to get on my iPhone, and the link from Stunthangar won't work on my iPhone anymore.
What would it do? Nothing when you click on it? Was it just dead?
It was a dead. It wasn't a hyperlink. You know, when I use my iPhone, I mean, it worked all right in Chrome.
When you do that, just press and hold, and then copy and paste it into your browser address bar, and that'll work. You know what I mean?
From my iPhone?
Yeah, copy the whole link, and then just go up to the address bar in your iPhone's browser and paste it in, and it'll work when you do that. If it's a dead link.
There it is.
All right, let me try it a little more.
And
I should return
on YouTube.
All right. At any rate, you're here alive and kicking, so it's good to see you again.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave, then come try to get in on my phone in the garage.
Okay.
Who's the
John.
one that
Charles
doesn't have
Carter
a foot picture?
John, you want to see?
Say what?
So you want me to put up your drawing?
Sure, would you?
Stand.
That's a nice looking wing Greg's got in front of him there.
I finished up the that classic or vintage combat ship. Finished it up today with the laser files and all of that. So I thought I'd let you see what one looks like after I've got it finished, or more or less finished. We looked at this last 2 or 3 weeks ago, and this is how they turned out. I normally don't do the wood graining on my drawings, but this one, being it was a vintage net, it just seemed to be that it needed to be there.
Okay.
So
looks damn good.
So it's there. Well, thank you. Gordon wanted me to use an old metal Vico. Hello. Gordon wanted me to use an old metal Vico style belt crank, and I didn't have any in a file, so I used the more modern one. But I put a note down there that, and I even gave him the part number out of Brodak's catalog for that style if they wanted to be period correct on the belt crank.
Yeah.
Are these going to be kitted?
Or it may be. I'm not at liberty to say too much about that right at this point.
Yeah, I'd be in for one. Looks like a cool design.
Would you?
Yeah, I'd
It is.
If they kept it around. I mean, it's going to be a laser cut combat plane. I would think $100 or so should be about right with the price point. I don't know that I'd pay a lot more than that. Maybe a little more, but it'd be a fun plane to bash around with.
Yeah. It actually, Mike, was a very good combat plane. Some of the faster airplanes might have had up to 10 miles an hour more speed, but when they got tangling it up because of its airfoil and the thickness of its wing and other things like that, it didn't scrub off speed while the opponent, the faster one, did, and he usually was able to catch up to him and take kill because he's more maneuverable than they were. So I was going to point out, there's nothing thicker than 1/4 inch in there because of it having to be laser cut, and it's really difficult to laser cut anything much thicker than 1/4 inch. It can be done, but you're go ahead.
I'm going to get something down and show you. I got one of Clayton Smith's old wooden combat designs that looks very similar to that, and I'm gonna get it down and show you that, and we'll take some measurements and see how it stacks up between the two. Did you know Clayton Smith?
Cool. No.
Okay, so
I didn't.
He designed a lot of combat planes back in the day, and he's the designer of the Teosaki stunt plane. Clayton is the guy that.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
That guy. Yeah. So let me drag this down, and y'all continue on. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Okay. So, any questions or anything on this? Anybody want to pose? Or?
What size engine is it?
You did a nice job on line weights and stuff like
He
that.
ran Fox 35 Combat Special, I think, up to a Mark IV at the end of its career. He also had Super Tiger 35s on there. That was about the size of it. I'm trying to remember what the span on it is. I think it's 40 or 42. I'm not sure. And I can't measure it on this particular one because this is a PDF.
Mm-hmm.
I think the root, the cord length is about 8.5, 9 inches. Gordon was a stunt pilot because you notice there's cap strips on the ribs.
Yeah.
He said he did that because he wanted to lighten it up a bit, and he went with 1/16 inch ribs out from the center, and he felt that that would support the covering better, and in my opinion, it makes the rib act kind of like a little I-beam girder in there, strengthens up that rib. He has if you notice on the nose, he has a little streamlining pod. He said he didn't used to have that on there, but he put one on one time, and the darn plane flew faster. And he thinks that was cleaning up that nose that helped him. And so after that, he put one on every one of his combat ships.
What you got there, Mike?
He said it.
Go ahead.
He said that. Okay. Behind he's got the 1/4 inch square set up like a diamond for like a fish mouth thing, but right behind there's a 1/8 by 1/4 spruce runs from tip to tip all the way across. You can see it right. Whoops, right in there, and then in the center section where he actually cut in to be able to move the engine back, he doubled it, and so you see it's doubled right there, and so that he said it flew and turned better when he moved the engine back a little bit like that. So
sure.
And you notice he's got his bladder tube is a model rocket plastic tube, and it fits right inside the wing. You have just this little hole right here that you need to get your bladder in and out of. Actually, I thought it was a fairly well-designed little airplane. Typical for the day. There's a modern belt crank showing. The four ribs in the center section, they're all 1/8" also. But the ribs going out from there out to the tip are 16th. Any questions?
One improvement he might make on that and make it really would relieve some stresses where the center section sheeting meets the trailing edge caps or trailing edge pieces and the spar really should be radiused, pretty good size radius. That will transfer the load.
You mean through here?
Yeah, right.
Oh, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but I couldn't do it because that wasn't the way he did it.
That's such a minor thing, though, which is add so much more strength to the center section,
Yeah.
It's that load.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You don't want to point
In day and age, this thing isn't going to be made for combating anymore. It's going to be, for enjoying the whole time. I think I was right.
If you notice,
and do it. Just do it.
If you notice the abbreviated stationary flaps at the back of the wing. See there, the optional fixed flaps? He actually said that it actually flew better, turned better with those flaps than it did without them. And I agree that would probably be the case.
Why didn't he run out to the wing tip then? Did he say why?
Okay. Mike, you got your plane there?
I do, and I just noticed a couple of differences just while you were talking. This one does not have stationary flaps on it, but this was one of Clayton Smith's designs, and I picked this up at Huntersville for $10. A guy had a bunch of Clayton's airplanes, and I picked it up for $10. And it's a constant cord, doesn't have any stationary flaps like the other one. It's straight trailing edge, but very similar in design, I think, of the, very, the old slow combats. They all looked about the same.
Why did he put so many ribs in it?
Yeah, I know, right?
Russian.
But also, as John was saying, these are cap strips. He does have cap strips on all these ribs. So thinner ribs with cap strips, sheeted leading edge, and there is no spar. There's no main spar in this wing. There's a top spar and a bottom spar in this.
And no
sheeting. Very much like a Twister or a Galaxy or something like that. There's no main spar in it, and the leading edge is just one solid piece. It's not a built-up leading edge or anything like that. But one thing that was very cool about I'm trying to get my camera on here on me so I can see what I'm showing. One thing about Clayton that he was known for were these condensed milk can chicken hopper tanks. That's a Clayton Smith special right there. So he took these condensed milk cans, cut them in half, and then took a little perfect tank and soldered it on the outside of the condensed milk can, and he made his own chicken hoppers. So there's not many of these around anymore. I do have one spare because I have one more airplanes of Clayton's that has this tank on, and they work great. They really do. They work awesome. But that was his idea to build a chicken hopper tank before they were commercially available. So that's pretty neat.
Was Clayton the guy who had an accident or something and one of his arms wasn't working properly or something?
I'm not sure about that. I never met Clayton. I just know all the stories about him, and I know he was part of the Huntersville crew and the North Carolina gang. And I started coming around there shortly after he passed. And then in the years passing, some of his stuff started showing up out there for sale. but I have a friend that knew Clayton very well back in the late 90s and early 2000s who flew with them a lot. So when Clayton's things started being sold, I was snatching them up and sending them out to my buddy Larry Davis out in Phoenix because he was a friend of Clayton's.
I'm pretty sure he was a guy who was in a motorcycle crash or something and was pretty badly hurt and didn't have use of one of his arms. And he did a tremendous amount of flying with the other arm. You know, he was actually had to use his other arm to do it. You know, he was a right-handed. I think. Interesting character.
I don't even know the name of this airplane or the name of the design, but there was a bunch of these available out there. We actually had one guy probably back in 2011 or 2012. Rusty, you might know the guy. He worked for NASCAR. He was, and I'm not talking about David Smith. He was another guy that worked for NASCAR. He was part of the RC club, and he started flying control line and flew a little combat. But he had several of these from Clayton, and Clayton had Mark IVs on all of these. Is what he ran back in the day. Was the Fox Mark IV. But it's a fun little flyer. Really. Yeah.
I'm not sure who you're talking about, Mike.
He was around for about 2 seasons. He flew combat and a little bit of stunt, and he had a whole bunch of equipment that used to belong to Clayton. And then he disappeared. And this would have been the first year or two that I was coming to Huntersville. I can't remember the guy's name.
Me and you both. 2013 or so. Yeah, I don't know.
But I guess,
sorry.
You know, this design, John, I would think this is very indicative of the time of the design of what Gordon's Challenger is. Now this has this is just a 39-inch wingspan. I measured it before I got it down. He said the other one was 42, so probably a little more wing area. Although it's pretty fat. It's pretty fat for a combat wing of that time. I think the cord on it looks a little bigger than. Definitely bigger than a Voodoo or a Combat Cat or even definitely much bigger than a Nemesis or anything like that. But it doesn't look super.
Can you show me the airfoil on that end? Show me the end of the wing.
Absolutely.
Oops. Lock that on, would you, Rusty?
What'd you say, John?
He wants you to
lock that on for me so I can see the airfoil.
I
Just
can't.
click it yourself.
I cannot do that. I'm only a guest.
Click on Mike yourself.
I still hadn't been able to log in.
I'll do it.
Administrator.
I got it. Put the tip down just a little bit, Mike. Yeah, that's pretty thick for the day. Yeah.
Hold it right.
Gordon's is a little thicker, but
camera. Take a picture of this.
John, I can put a tape on it real quick and tell you.
Yeah.
John's digitizing it with his eyeballs. It's going to end up on a new design here in a week or two.
What'd you say, Dennis?
You're digitizing that with your eyeballs. It's going to be on one of your new designs.
Your mic's cutting out. Your mic's cutting out, Denny.
All right. I'll see if I can wrestle with it some here.
John, it's looking like an inch and a half at the widest part from where the
Gordon's is about inch and 7/8.
Yeah, this is an inch and a half. So Gordon's is considerably thicker, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anywho, that's one of Clayton's old designs, and the guy who designed and kitted the Kiyosaki, man. So
yeah,
because everybody knows that the guy who did the end of Stunt as we know it airplane was a combat guy. Everybody knows that, right? Kiyosaki was by a combat guy, not a stunt guy.
All right.
Denny?
Yeah.
Had some nice emails with your brother.
I'm sorry again.
Had some nice emails with Dave. He's working on it apparently.
Yeah, I chatted with him a little bit about it. He's excited to be working on it. He says, "My God, he's got so much room to work." So
I talked to Dave yesterday. He's working with your brother on those face masks.
yeah. It was funny. I talked to Dave. I think he said he had talked to you in the morning or something like that, and I talked to him just a little after you two had finished up. So
we had a good conversation.
Yeah, I'll bet. So. Anyhow,
that's your nephew, isn't it? Not your
Hey,
brother.
Bill, cool. How you doing tonight? Hadn't spoken to you yet.
I'm doing good. I've watched a couple of times and didn't log in, but I don't really have much to add. So,
Well,
Bill,
did
are
you hear
you-
the show where
are you down?
Mike is going to get us a bunch of little glider kits and send them to us, and we're going to all build them together on the show one night when we get it together? That sounds like it's right in your wheelhouse.
I don't know.
Yeah, so let me
let
take a
let
look
us know if you want
here,
to be on
Rusty.
the list.
Hang on, can I say
Okay.
something?
Yeah.
Anyone who's watching, so I got a whole bunch of Delta Dart kits left over from our Cub Scout build. I thought anybody who's on the live Hangout, we'll get a list going. Rusty will collect all the addresses and get them to me, and I'm going to mail everyone who wants one a Delta Dart kit, and we'll all build one while we're on a live chat when everybody has their kits. All you need is a piece of foam board, 12 by 15 foam board. You can set it down right on your desktop, and we'll all build a rubber free flight Delta Dart kit while we're hanging out on the live chat. Is anybody in for that?
Can I put electric in mine?
Yeah,
You can do whatever you want,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Then we
Bob
could
is
do a
Bob is going to insist on a lost foam jig. There's just no way. So.
On a Delta Dart?
It's got to have some bronze on it too. So.
You can pay
then we
me.
can
I
do
think I got all of you guys.
flying on it.
I think I got
Just
all of you
to egg
guys
him
on
on,
the list.
I'm
so
going to build
anybody
mine with
that
a
doesn't want to
kept
be on it.
foam jig. How's that?
Kept foam.
Yeah.
So let's
Sorry.
just see a show of hands, and without everybody talking over each other, who would be interested in doing a live Delta Dart build while we're doing a live chat? I would.
Yep. Not me in.
I would,
Okay.
but I've got
Okay,
a kit,
everybody's-
so you wouldn't have to send me one.
I
Okay.
got in this room. I got to go down to my shop to build it. I
I
don't
got
have a
two
computer.
blackout people.
You can do it right in front of you on your lap, Bob. Do you know what a Delta Dart is?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know, man. I'm not asking you to build a twin-engine retractable gear rubber powered plane, man.
Well, my Delta Dart would be that. So, you know.
Well, that's it.
Yeah. So, and then here's the other thing: we all got to go fly them, and put up 3 flights for the best time, and I'm going to put up a $1 million cash prize for the best longest flight.
Oh, you got my attention
need
now.
that.
That's Confederate dollars, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, terrific.
Hey,
But anyway,
Gary Sinclair, your screen was blacked out when we did a show of hands. Did you raise your hand?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if everyone who's on right now that wants to participate, get an address to Rusty, a mailing address, and then once we get them all straightened out, I'll get the kits mailed out. Now it might be a month or so, because even though I have 15 kits left, I only have 7 propellers in there because my wonderful 10-year-old son, who likes to experiment and build all different kinds of shit, got into the prop stash and broke a bunch of props. So I ordered props from SIG. I've got a dozen props coming from SIG, along with some dope, but they said it'd be 2 to 3 weeks until I get my order because they don't have dope ready right now. So this is something that's going to take place. It'll be a month away when we finally get this together. But if you want a kit, get Rusty your address so he can get a complete address list together, and I will get the kits mailed out, and we'll do this in the future. I think it'll be fun.
All right. Yeah. Sounds like a ball.
So last weekend I was
And I'm
struggling with
sending my
Sky Bunny. Remember the Peck Sky Bunny?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it just wouldn't fly very well, the duration, and I had to add a bunch of incidents to it, and that's what it took. It would just fly around level and stuff, and it just didn't have enough incidents.
Okay, I just posted my email address, so you can send your mailing information to that email.
The other
It's
thing
in
I
the,
did was I put
chat
one of those Strix timers on an AMA Alpha and a 7mm motor, and boy, that thing really flies well.
We love our Alphas, Bill. We got 2 of them at the Nats a couple years ago, and those are really great flyers, man. They really are.
That's the last. Is that showing up there? That's my last Delta Dart.
Yeah, that ain't no Delta Dart. Leave it to Bob.
Yeah, how many wines that you got in that thing? So.
Well, then the cells are pretty short. So I couldn't get that many wines in. Could only get up to the hourglass.
All right.
Oh, I see Lynn Burrell just tried to join us.
He was there. There he is. I think.
We got
a green,
11
got a
people
green bar
invited
here.
right now.
No video. So. All right.
Hey, you guys watch the news tonight? You see about that kidnapping here in Grand Rapids?
No.
Oh.
He woke up after an hour.
All right. All right.
That's worse than the last.
That's it.
Last one.
Hey, they can't be great every night.
How about
I settle for great any night.
I'm beginning to understand, Steve, why they put you on enforced lockdown for another month.
That's fun.
I tell you what, I've been watching so much TV, and I've seen every damn History Channel, Nat Geo, all this kind of stuff. I'm watching the Spanish channel trying to learn a different language.
Yeah.
That's the truth of it. I've been watching boxing for the last 2 days in Spanish.
Well, the other day I was straightening up my shop some, and I decided I needed to reorganize my straight pins in my pin box. I got the straight pins separated from the T pins, and the big one separated from the mediums and the littles. All right.
Dennis, I was on the same
That's
page.
when you know you're
I think I've hit rock bottom.
The same thing this morning.
Yeah.
I took all my building pins and put them on the bench grinder on the wire wheel to get all the glue and adhesive off of my pins today.
That's even better.
I kid you not. I took all my building pins and hit them on the wire wheel to knock the dope and glue off of them to sharpen them up.
That's great.
Now we know how you came up with that $1 million grand
I
prize.
recorded about 20 episodes of Airplane Repo, and so I've been watching those.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
I did
pretty
want to
fun
show
show.
off a few things here. Oops, where did it go? You guys see that?
No.
That's the Viking old timer I was trying to show you
Oh,
a
yeah.
couple of weeks ago. And,
Needs more trim.
and let's see, wait a minute. Where'd my arrows go? A couple of different angles.
It needs more trim, Denny.
Yeah,
Stripes, right?
doesn't look quite busy
Mine's
enough.
a little slow on the uptake.
Man, this is the other one I've been doing.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I think
Nice.
this is the Stuka stunt. I did the electric conversion for Brodak, and I've just finished the airplane off. I figured the world did not need another all black Stuka stunt.
Yeah,
Right.
Gehring would turn over in his grave.
I haven't shown it to Wes yet. You know, Wes used to fly with John Still. So
Are you guys cheap or what? That's when you know you're.
Oh, look at that. That's pretty.
So yeah, it was not completely. I wasn't too far up in the deep end on that. You know, there were some full size, and they paint their airplanes like flags over there too. So
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
so anyhow,
That's a
I
new.
thought it was cute.
Remember the new updated Stukas there?
That's one. That's yeah. So it's basically the freshening of the Embroid kit, which was about 1960 or so. And you have to be a little anal retentive to know, but it's actually just a little bit different than the version that was published in the magazine plan. Different in one invisible way and one visible but unimportant way. So I don't know. So that's what I did before I straightened out my pin box. So.
I clean my pins almost every day. I use them and then I put them on the bench, and then before I go to bed at night, I take a number 11 blade and I scrape them off, put them back in the box.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. I scraped the pins off with a blade and stuff like that, but I don't have a wire wheel grinder I could use for cleaning up, for polishing them up and everything like that. Jeez.
Geeski told me that. He said, you clean your pins. I said, what are you talking about? He says, the glue off your pins. I said, no, I just throw them out and buy new ones. They're cheap. He says, no, you got to clean them. You know, okay.
Yeah. I do clean them off sometimes when they get kind of, when they're easier to push in sideways because they're so clumped up. Yeah, then I clean them off.
It's very therapeutic, to sit there and clean pins.
Yeah, well, let's say when you take the straight pin and push it through it makes the size of a number 10 nail. Then it's got too much crud on it. Yeah. So
I tell you, what you really got to do is just have 2 baby food jars. Fill it up with some acetone, and then throw your pins and like the little plastic, the little tip for your PA. When they get clogged up and stuff, you throw them in there and leave them set overnight, or next time you come back, you just dump the acetone from the one jar to the other and let it dries off, and then all that shit's gone. But
hey, Greg, could you mute your mic while you're sanding, please?
Oh, sorry.
But right now, with all the hobby shops closed and stuff like that, hell, you can't. I always just threw away the pins too and went down and got new ones. But now I've been cleaning mine up too. It's like, well, who knows when the hobby shop reopens?
You buy them online. You can get it's about 1 million different kinds of them, and you get boxes for about $3. 5,000 pins for like $3 or something.
Mm-hmm.
What, from McMaster Car or something like that, or what?
That's a lot cheaper than cleaning them.
You can get it from a lot of different sources. Dress supply, dressmaker supply. For
sure.
You search the internet, you can find a lot of modeling tools, like those little standing sticks, those little industrial strength emery boards that are about 3/4 inch wide. And they have foam in the center, and they got different grips.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah. Well, like you go to a trade show, they're $1 a piece. You go online to a beauty supply thing, you can get 50 of them for $15.
Mm-hmm.
And
I got to get some of those. Wendy gave me some years ago, but boy, I'll tell you, they're really good for working on certain
they're
things.
amazing. I love them. And you get them all
For sure.
and all different grits. They're great.
Yep, they're awesome. I'd never used them until he gave me some, and boy, was I ever surprised how good they were for shaping stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, last time I seen you, I couldn't believe how good your nails looked there, Len.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Thanks, Steve.
I don't know. I was
unbelievable.
Hey Bob, do you know a good
comedy
source?
show tonight or something?
Who?
Yeah,
What's that, Mike?
I was just gonna say, did I tune into an HBO stand-up comedy show tonight?
Yeah.
When Steve's here, the comedy never stops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never
I'm gonna change the channel.
never starts either.
I see Dennis made it back.
Any of you guys know a good source for
I see,
permagrit sanders?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, sure. Bob Violet Models.
They're still okay. I didn't know they were even still around.
Yeah, he's the importer.
Okay.
The damn things are expensive as hell, but
Did you say?
They're lifetime tools, though.
Did you
Yeah.
say permagrit?
Never wear out. So I've only got a couple of them.
I did a review for him for those, so he asked me to do a review. So he sent me every permagrit tool ever made. I mean, like a box of permagrit tools, the big, long, heavy-duty extruded sanding bars, everything. So I did the review, and then I said, where do you want me to send these back? And he said, no, keep them. So I got like a lifetime supply of permagrit.
Yeah.
It's really great. Little tool packs in all different shapes and sizes and concaves, and rounds and squares, and they're wonderful.
Mm.
the one thing is though is that a friend of mine, he had them, and you know how you take a little bit of CA glue and hit a joint, and then take your sandpaper and sand over it, and all the dust will it'll clog the shit out of your permagrit.
That's what those little sanding sticks are good for, though. You can do that same thing.
Yeah.
If they get clogged up, you use them until both sides are clogged up, and then throw them away and just get another one out.
Yeah, but yeah, he made the mistake of doing it with the permagrit, not thinking.
Well, you can clean them with a wire brush, though. You can get in there and clean those things because that's tungsten. That's tungsten that's welded to metal. So you can get in there and clean those with a wire brush.
Yeah, that you could.
I think I did that, and I also used some debonder with a brush. And,
you can smoke it in acetone.
I was able to get mine. I made the same mistake, caught it before I went too far, and but that was that.
That's the best tool.
Yeah, they are. They are great. So.
I can't believe how many little sanding tools I've made up that I have in my little boxes of sanding stuff downstairs. Now I have shapes of every size and description imaginable. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be in the day you had one sanding block and that's all you ever thought of. Well, now I must have 100 different shapes of things that I use when I sand an airplane.
Yep.
Well, what the heck? If every problem is, if the only tool you have is a hammer, then every problem, it must be a nail.
That could be a problem.
Jesus, Teddy, that was really deep.
You got more tools in the box, you got more problems you can deal with in the correct way. So what the heck?
That's right.
Teddy is a philosopher.
And I haven't even had any beer yet. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, I have an electrical question.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Shoot.
Yeah. Hey, on my IC planes, when it came to the joint of the wing to the fuselage, I always wrapped it with fiberglass cloth and epoxy. With electric, do you still need to do the same thing?
Well, what do you mean center joint? You mean
the joint along the fuselage and the wing?
No. Just put it in a fillet, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I did for IC, there's a vibration and so forth.
There's no vibration with electric.
Just make sure the joint is,
Because I just put a, what's that blue stuff?
It's super fill.
For the fill material.
Super fill.
Super fill, yeah.
Just make sure you got a good joint is really what to worry about.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, I CA the joint, and then I come back and probably use super fill because I'm not running a cheek cal either on the profile. So
No, you don't need it. Just make sure you do a soft start, not a hard start. Make sure you put a soft start function in the ESC.
I never used super fill on a joint. Zigzag, but not super fill.
That's it. And roll your own, babe.
So.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got that.
So what motor did you get for that? Have you got one?
Yeah, I bought the Cobra. What was it the 3515?
Oh, good motor.
Big motor.
That's 60 size too, isn't it?
That's what?
A 60 size ship or 50?
No, it's a 46.
Oh, 46. Okay.
Yeah, you'll love that motor. I switched everything over from 28 millimeter cans to the 35 millimeters, and oh man, they're just amazing.
Okay.
It was a little hard getting it in this one behind me, this Crossfire. It's just about a 32nd of an inch clearance on either side, but it works.
Yeah, Bob, I did.
Hey, Bob, is
use
that
your
the
your hard nose mount on this, like that you sent me. I ended up going with the 3D mount.
That's cool.
So, but my question with that 3D mount, I couldn't tell if it had offset built into it, or do you put offset into it for the motor offset?
You want motor offset?
Run a tractor prop. You don't have to put motor offset on it.
What was that?
I said run a left-handed prop, and then you won't have to put offset on it. Or push a
Hey,
prop.
Bob, is that Crossfire behind you the one you flew at the 212 knots?
Yes.
That's great plane. I still remember it. Outstanding.
Yeah, it's a good airplane. I'm building two more of them, actually.
That's awesome.
I'm building one of these with some interesting features that I'm not going to talk about until I make sure they work. But I'm also building another XLTC, the tricycle landing gear version.
Oh, okay. That's neat.
I love that airplane. That was my favorite airplane in a long, long time. And then I sold it to a guy. He offered me way more money than I could turn down for it. Should not have sold it.
What a dirty trick.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
It never happens to me.
I still like
I got my basement full of airplanes. Nobody up there. No. Whatever.
Yeah.
I bet there's a few people out there to give you a couple of bucks for your old Eclipse.
Not many.
Good airplane, though. I flew that airplane.
Yeah.
That's a good airplane, man.
Yeah, Bob used to drive a hard bargain when he was the editor of the magazine. I mean, he published a couple of airplanes for me and everything like that, but he never would until he flew it first.
That's right.
Yeah, that's it. So
the Orange Crate, I think, was the first one.
I know
who
you're talking
the one I get a kick out of was Bob McDonald's his Apogee, I think, or no, Aquila. And Bob ended up being the last one to fly it. The overnight, the airplane and all their tools got stolen out of their van, so Bob was the last one to fly the airplane. He was also the prime suspect. He was also the prime suspect, I think.
I got to tell you, it still flies great.
That was a really
yeah, flies good.
What's that? Is that an electric motor? Has been refinished? Is red light and blue? Is kind of hanging behind you there or something? No, not that. But anyhow.
So, Bob, why have you given up on the twin engines?
I haven't given up on the twin motor airplanes. I'm building two of them now. I got a lot of airplanes. I'm like that. I'm like, what's it? Greg had 5 airplanes building. I got 7 of them building.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm really.
Bob, you're a maniac.
What year did you fly the twin there? Second wind.
15. 2000.
Yeah. I mean, shit, in the prelims and stuff, you had high score after high score.
Yeah, it was working real good until got into that real high wind on semi. Some things people don't know about that. That airplane went to the Nationals with 2 flights on it.
Wow.
And when I left the Nationals, it had 17 flights on it. I remember that part when I had that bad back problem and I couldn't do too much, So
I still think that was your best flying plane. I mean,
it was a darn good airplane. It really was.
I love the retracts. I mean, once the retracts went up and shit, and the drag it took off it and stuff like that. I mean, and the way it landed, that's where shit. I mean, you had 20-point landings on every damn landing and every takeoff. I mean, they were just perfect with a.
Well, I got more than 20 points. I got 40. You know,
4 of them.
I got 40 points on a lot of those.
I mean, 40. I mean, yeah.
I'm trying to screen share here. Let me see if I can find out how to do this again. What are we doing here? Share. I'm not having very good luck here. Forgot how to do this.
Bottom left screen.
Yeah, first open the folder or picture you want to show.
Okay.
And then you go to the screen sharing stuff.
Okay. Got that picture open now.
Yeah, and just leave it, go back to the 8x8 window and click screen share button.
Let's see if that works. No, it's not working. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Oh, there it is. There it is.
There we go.
So it's just slow to act when you click these buttons.
And that's the XLTC. That's the Tricare Crossfire. That was the best Crossfire.
Yeah.
Denny saw that. You saw that one fly at the Nats. I think it was 2013 or something. Den.
Who built that one?
I did.
Oh, that is sharp.
Yeah, but it's not gold or bronze or whatever.
Who cares?
I don't want to get political here, but at a certain point in time in America's history here, I started building red, white, and blue airplanes to show my patriotism instead of. What's that?
We get Casey soon. It's like 10:45.
Okay, I'll get her.
Okay.
Okay.
Bob, that's beautiful.
Thanks. Man.
Outstanding.
Good airplane.
Oh, gorgeous.
See if I can find another picture of it here.
Now I want one.
Yeah, I'm not getting the screen shares over here.
I'll find another picture of that. I've got a picture of Buddy when you're watching it. Let's see what else we have here.
Connection's not giving me the screen shares right now.
Yeah. Okay. Still having a hard time doing this. Okay, now let's see if I can figure out how to do this again. Application. Well, there it is. Okay.
It's like you were in.
That did that come on?
Sure did.
That was a good airplane.
You got to use it too.
There it is. Oh, yeah.
Show up.
It's there now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to view screen shares tonight.
That's outstanding.
Was that a Will Human picture too?
What's that?
Was that a Will Human picture?
Will Human? No, I think that was a Mike Schmidt picture, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just your speaker or something, Dennis.
Yeah, I've been trying to. I'm not sure what's going on.
How are you guys hearing, seeing me? I turned down my bandwidth and.
That's one of those microphones that's on the cord, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's right here in my my neck brace, and then there's a cord that plugs in. I don't know. Just
Sounds good right now. It sounds good now. Yeah, it just kind of wonks out on you. It does it every show. But
damn, look how limber he was back then. And still squatting
never
out in
could
the
see.
picture.
Yeah, but the thing is, I had to have 4 people help me get up.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, that's beautiful. What finish is that on that?
It's chroma base. Chroma base finish. And then the one that you were talking about, let's see if I can find that. I got a bunch of crossfire things here. Fire rebuild.
While you're searching, Crossfire certainly look good and everything like that. Is there another Genesis in your future?
Well, I designed another one that makes all the other ones look like a boxcar, but yeah, I started building it, but it's a built-up wing, and I really haven't found a covering material I like. So if I build another one, I'll have to go back and build one as a foam winger. This is the one Lauren was talking about. That's the one on the wall behind me. They were good airplanes. And you know all that is? It's an 80 Genesis with a rudder.
He used to build all his build-ups with a sheeted wing, fully sheeted.
Yeah, that's how Denny used to do it. All the Adamison guys used to do it that way years ago. They worked great.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I actually remember, Denny, when I was picking your brain about how to do that, and you gave me the rib spacing to use and everything. It all worked out.
Whatever. More is better. The thing is that well, it all boils down. You get a decent supply of wood. You can build a sheeted wing lighter than you can build a fabric wing.
Yeah,
and certainly it's a heck of a lot easier to finish and everything, and it's certainly more durable.
Yeah.
It keeps getting lost somewhere in the shuffle, but we need when you're campaigning, an airplane, practicing it routinely and everything like that. Maintenance of the airplane and the upkeep, the robustness of the airplane really comes into play, and it's something that's frankly that's rigid, that's easy to handle. That takes a little knocks getting in and out of the car and stuff without splitting covering and everything. Those are the kind of things that cost you time and everything like that. If you're repairing things and whatever.
Well,
And it really does matter to have an airplane that's service, that's easy to service and easy to maintain. So
sheeted wings are definitely more durable. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Well, that's the last lost foam you sent me, Bob. You spaced them so it could be fully sheeted.
Fully sheeted, yeah. That's really a good way of doing it. It really is. I'm looking for the big twin that I built. The one buddy and I were building identical airplanes. I had a lost foam fully sheeted wing in that one. I'm looking for the files on that.
That's true.
Hey, you didn't put in what I owe you for them 2 tapes or the 2 DVDs.
Yeah, I'll get around to billing you sooner or later.
All right. I'll add that to the shipping.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. You're not going to get away. Let's see if I can find. Trying to find that wing. Where is it?
I know one thing though. Nobody's borrowing my lost foam DVD. Because I can't remember who I loaned it to, but everybody I talked to, I haven't loaned it to them.
Yeah.
There's one, the big twin being built in the lost foam.
Oh yeah.
Really sheeted.
Daddy?
And that has a double taper leading edge and a swept forward trailing edge.
The light, the lamp bulb popped.
Oh.
Something just like the TV go off because I popped the breaker.
I gotta go take my dog out for a walk, guys. I'll be back.
Okay. Damn dog.
Okay, Bob.
Well, that ended all the conversation.
Yeah, I can't watch
Yeah.
all of y'all's screen shares tonight.
And
I've
I
only
can't believe
gotten
how many
a
people are
couple
on
of
here
them.
tonight.
We've
Yeah,
had up to 11, maybe 10.
Hey, Len, turn on your camera and show everybody your nails.
We got 15 people on YouTube.
Sounds like a good night. So.
You know, a crazy thing. Here, like a month ago, it was windy one weekend, and I was flying the stunt kite, and then I got out my box kite, and I made a video on each one of them. And then I look now, and there had been almost 2,000 views of that box kite video, and only 65 on the stunt kite. So I don't know what everybody likes box kites, I guess.
In this day and age, probably nobody knows what it is. So.
I think I've still got mine. I just need to get some carbon fiber for it because the wooden the wooden struts have all broken.
Did you have to put a tail on a box kite or not?
I don't remember. It seems like I have done it both ways.
Pile.
Yeah, I never done a box kite. Did a lot of regular ones, but
They're great at the beach. You got to have a good bit of wind, but there's not much you can do with them except watch them up in the sky float. They'll go real high, but you know you can't dive and rip a hole in your friend's kite or anything like you can with what we used to call bat kites, but I guess they're like combat kites.
Who just went out?
I don't know. I heard that, but I don't know who disappeared. Bob was leaving, but I think he's already gone.
No, we lost Charles.
There's Mike.
Was it Craig? What was the guy that was doing the electric there?
Dennis Nunes.
Yeah, Dennis.
Nunes.
Yeah, I call it. I think it's noon.
Seem to get out of
Nunez. He
where I'm
said
at here.
Nunez. I say Nunez.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill, did you happen to catch the flurry of hand launch gliders that I built? Did you see that while you were watching?
I guess not. I remember seeing your thermic.
Nah, yeah. He had a pile of them on here the other
yeah.
night, Bill.
Yeah, I built 3 thermic
Were you here for that?
20s, 1 thermic dart, and 2
My video. Oh, here we go.
shit, I can't remember the name of them now.
There's an 8. Well, you had a thermic 18, didn't you? Or no. I didn't know you had a couple others.
3 thermic 20s, 1 thermic dart, and 2 maxis. That's what it was. Yeah. I just wondered if you saw them because you're a free flight guy, so I figure you're a hand launch glider guy too. I'm sure.
I built a thermal piglet.
Yeah.
Designed by Lee Campbell, and I had it up in a thermal, but what usually happens, I get them in thermals and it'll spiral into the ground. They're not stable enough when they start speeding up and that. I didn't have a DT on it. I would have lost it otherwise.
Well, we haven't flown any of these yet. We're waiting until we go back out to the RC field. I don't want Sam chucking them out here in the neighborhood because they'll end up on somebody's roof or in a tree or something like that. So we're gonna wait till we go to the field. Here, I'll show them to you. Everybody else has seen them all, but I'll show them again.
Hey, Rusty.
Yeah.
Now your little starter that has a plastic case, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay. I gotta send you and Charles batteries, but I only got one flat one. And I got a bunch of the square, the more square ones, but
I can modify the thing to make it fit. I don't have any problem doing that.
Oh, take the battery box off. I thought maybe you wanted to use the battery box.
Lexi.
I took mine off, but
Yeah.
just put some plywood on it.
Yeah, I just got a flat bottom, and I just zip tied the big rectangular lead cell to the bottom of that.
Thermic
Okay.
dart.
That sucker
Oh,
was
yeah.
heavy as well too.
Yeah, but I put a flat one in. They work fine, but I dropped that one of mine and broke that plastic part. So
Bill, I built one and I couldn't stop, man. I just went on a rampage. I was like, if I'm going to build one, I'll build 6, you know?
Anything worth doing is worth overdoing.
Absolutely. Right.
If a little bit is good, a whole lot more is better, and too much is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said.
We had
Oh,
snow
man.
this week, yesterday actually, and my wife came in the living room, looked out the window. She goes, "Ah!" And I was like, "What happened? It's snowing outside."
Yeah.
yeah, the ground was tough this morning.
Yeah, I had just a few snowflakes this morning too. So
Boy, that's going to be tough to run the lead out.
yeah.
It's been nice here. We're gonna have a cool weekend, but still gonna be in the low 70s.
So this is what I've been working on. It's a
Yeah, it's
2
always
meter
been my
climb,
motto.
F3 res. And God, what a pain to build with this polyhedral and it's tapered and
Where do you try to get the lead outs out of it?
really. But you know, it's like it used to be a 2 meter glider would weigh about like 24 ounces, 26 ounces, and this is supposed to come out between 11 and 13 ounces.
Yeah, so,
wow.
So did we.
You got the fuse there too?
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
What kind of motorcycle or motor dirt bike you got?
I don't have one.
You see everybody at the Nats, they launch and then they always have their motorbike set.
Yeah, they do. I rented the golf cart the last Nats, but it was so terrible rough there last year. They must have let people drive on the field when it was too wet, and there's just full of ruts.
Are we going to have a Nats this year?
Yes.
They're going to announce
I think
in
we will.
June.
I definitely
June 10th.
think we will.
June
They
10th.
canceled the indoor free flight Nats today.
Did they?
Yeah, but that was earlier.
Where was that supposed to be?
I don't know, somewhere down south.
Okay, they used to have it in that hotel, indoor at some hotel when I was down in southern Indiana. I was just wondering if probably the facility they were having it in, maybe it's still closed or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
no, I think the news is starting to turn good. I think
that
we're going to be okay. They're not making a decision on the outdoor Nats until 10. And I think the bigger wild card is going to be everything that's been happening. How many people are still going to be able to to make the trip and still afford to make the trip or be able to get vacation and stuff.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to get motel room for 3 weeks because you got to once you cross into Indiana, you have a 2-week solitary confinement, and then you can move around the state.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
I'm
the indoor nets
already
was
in
gonna be-
Indiana, so yeah, I'm already in Solitaire. So what can I say?
Yeah, you can get there, but I mean, it's going to be hard. They're going to quarantine people coming in from other states and stuff. This keeps up, like they're doing Florida.
In July, in
What?
freaking July, I doubt it. In July, I doubt it.
Yeah, they won't be
We're
doing that.
still talking 3 months out, man.
Yeah.
More
Yeah, so
than
the
3
indoor
months.
nets is supposed to have been the
I
end of
agree.
May, and it was in Edgar, Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the sooner we start going public, the longer this thing's going to last. I think they need to just wait. As much as I hate to say it, I think we need to wait everything out for a good while.
I was watching, I don't know, a doctor, whatever, on TV tonight, and if he said from start to finish, from 0 to 100% takes 12 hours, and it doubles every hour. When do you hit the 50% range?
If at 11 hours.
Yeah, at 11 hours, and nobody's getting that. When it really hits hard.
Hey, Mark Riley, how you doing tonight, Mark?
Huh?
You were one of the. Mark McRiley just popped on. He's not reacting to my verbal commands. Up, he's gone now.
Yeah, but this little
One of my
town of
Cox engine forum buddies.
the little town of 3,000 that I live in now has more than half the deaths in the whole county.
Who's that, Steve?
Well,
They're really shutting stuff down here, but
wow.
But I guess.
Oh, hey, it's going to be a great weekend weather-wise here for being out in the shop. I think I'm actually going to get something done out there. I went and piddled on the Hyper Viper yesterday a little bit, but I'm tired of piddling. I'm starting to feel good enough. I can get out there by myself without busting my ass, falling over a wheelbarrow or something, and actually work. I was doing pretty good yesterday. Got all my stuff. I'm getting the itch. So that's good to get the itch. I've been wanting to get it, but it just hadn't come. And
yeah.
I think y'all can stand for Monday on what I do in my workshop.
Now, Rusty, can you still go?
Or you can say, teaching again.
Can you still get your treatment?
What'd you say, Steve? Dialysis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yeah, is that what you're talking about? Yeah. They check our temperature and make us mask up as soon as we hit the door. And mask has to stay on the whole time we're in the building. But actually, they've been running better. There are empty chairs, but anybody that gets fever gets taken out and sent to a clinic that is taking that sort of patients. And it's a brand new clinic, so it ought to be really clean. So I think they're handling that pretty well. Everything's going good.
Yeah, because they canceled all my appointments. I mean, for the back surgeon and knee surgeon.
Yeah, well, I couldn't do that.
They were just tired of
I
your.
couldn't do that, though.
What's that, Bob?
They were just tired of your joke.
Yeah, I know it. These doctors don't have much of a sense of humor. Because when I went and seen the knee doctor, he said, he goes, "Well, we won't replace your knees until you're 60." And I said, "Well, why is that?" He goes, "Because they only last for 20 years." And I said, if I promise to die by the time I'm 75, can I have them now? He didn't crack a smile or anything. He just went around and walked away.
You're not 60 yet?
I am. But that was when I was 55. And
Hey, Mark McRiley, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Or are you frozen up?
Your video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Looks like Mike got to work on the Galaxy there.
I did.
I figured it'd be all painted by now.
Oh shit! Give me a break, man.
Nah.
Just down to the. I was able to do the one piece all the way out for this part of the tip, but I had to. I got to splice it in because I just could not get that last little piece there. So on both sides, I'm gonna have to feather that in because I just couldn't make it go without a wrinkle. So, but there it is. In raw silk span. No dope on the silk span yet. Just,
Sorry, Mike, my video died just when you mentioned it. Oh, looking good.
It's okay. It's nothing special, man. It's a Galaxy profile, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody ever build a Trixie?
I've never even seen one.
I've never seen
I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
Dad used to buy something called a trickster, I think it was.
I think it was a Gillows kit. I had one of them. A swept wing with wingtip plates, a big swept rudder on top. It actually flew pretty well.
Looking good.
Yeah.
Bob, was there a half-A version of that?
The Trixie? Maybe there was. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Looks real good.
I'm pretty sure my father had the half-A version of the Trixie.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were good airplanes. Here's go to screen share.
Did anyone ever build a skyhook?
No, but I got a great story about
Skyhook.
I got a great story about it. I saw that in an ad in a magazine, and for those who don't know what a skyhook was, it was a Fox Manufacturing had a little profile airplane, but they had a tip plate on it, outboard tip plate like a fence, and the idea was supposedly that it gave you more area when you're doing overhead eights. Apparently, what it really did was it caused some drag and kept the nose out. So I thought that was a pretty good idea. And on my 80 airplane, when I was building my 80 airplane, I built a little receptacle in the wing at the tip, the outboard tip, so I could bolt one in if I wanted, and I could take it out if I didn't like it. Well, I put it in, and I flew it, and it was like, all right. It didn't seem to affect it either way, so I left it in because it looked cool. And I went to the World Championships in 80. And at that point, I was a defending champ. So everybody, when I got my airplane out, everybody came over and looked at it. They're all pointing at the little wing fence, and they're all, whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, the next morning I came out on the field, and like 2/3 of the contestants had those glued to their wings. So I got back to the Nationals, and I was out on the field, and Glenn Hedder walks up to me, and Glenn's this big, gruff sounding guy. He's got a heart of gold, but he sounds real gruff. And he walks up and he points at it and he says, "What's that?" And I said, "That's a DF gate, you know, standing for Duke Fox gate." He says, "Oh yeah, I heard of those."
Mm-hmm.
There was no such thing, you know.
Yeah.
Here's is that showing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's that thing I was showing you Monday. The foam wing that's got the cap spar top and bottom, and that's covered with 2 10-ounce carbon applied with water thin tight bond 2. So
Do you try to bag that then too, or is it just open air?
I just brush it and wipe it out so it's nice. There's no wrinkles. Let it dry. Lightly sand it. Put it in the airplane. Go fly it. You can't do it if it's blow, obviously, but for electric, it works fine, just like that.
Where are you getting your carbon mat from, Bob?
APC.
APC, okay. Yeah, I guess I might have to order
ACP, Aerospace Composite Products.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pay the damn shipping.
Shipping is getting to be a real bear. It's getting horrible.
Well, they're always at Toledo, so I would buy it there, and then you didn't have to pay any shipping on it.
Right.
Because that save you about half anymore.
unless you really order a ton of it.
Yeah, shipping is a real problem.
Well, there have been some articles, and the RC guys have published articles where they've covered foam like that, but not using the carbon veil. You had one article they were using newspaper, and other people have talked about just using cellophane or something like that. Just anything you can do that puts a shell on it will help stiffen it up and help.
Yep, works great.
And how strong that shell is, whether you poke your fingers or whether you can't hit or anything like that. But
The only problem with doing it with silk span is that when you wet the silk span, it swells, and it's hard to get the wrinkles out. Where the carbon, you just wet it, and it just
cool.
wet out all the wrinkles, and they just disappear.
Yeah. Well, the other thing with silk span is that after it swells, it also shrinks. That could be a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't think the silk span's the way to go, but this works so well. And after it dries, you just take a little block with 320, little foam back sanding block, and sand the fuzz off of it, and it's smooth and it's ready to go.
You put anything? You put like a second coat or
What's that?
You put a second coat of glue on it or anything?
No, I haven't found it necessary.
Okay.
No. That's great for test bed airplanes and things like that.
Sure.
I did the big twin. When we built that, we did a test bed of it first, and it worked fine.
Mm-hmm. You got a lot of work. You did a lot of flying on that test bed too, didn't you?
Yeah, that thing has, and it's still flying. I gave it to Joel Costantino, and he's been flying it for a couple of years now. But we flew, Buddy and I probably put a couple of hundred flights on that thing, and it flew great.
Yeah, you could. The other thing is you could just iron on covering on it too. You could even use that stuff like they use in combat or whatever.
Yeah, but I don't. That stuff is nice and all, but it's hard to get it down without wrinkles or anything. I don't know. I found it very difficult to get it down without wrinkling it.
I wonder if I just tried on that Stuka Stunt. It's got that red stripe. It's 3 inches wide. And I've always had a devil of a time putting, wide monocoat over monocoat. That's all it was. And I used that Windex method that Bob Brands was talking about. And man, did that work great. Down, it's like, it looks like a coat of paint. There's absolutely no bubbles in it. And it was easy to do and everything like that. I'm wondering if that would work.
Is that showing up?
Yeah,
it sure is.
Yeah,
that's that.
Another
and with the car
event the tank this year,
and it worked great.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell we did some additions of carbon here and there. A couple coats. And
the dark areas through the middle of the wing. Did you like double up the material there?
I wanted to put double where the nacelles were, and make it a little stronger. And the flaps, by the way, the flaps were just foam with a balsa leading edge and a spruce strip trailing edge, and they were covered with 2 coats of the carbon, no balsa wood, and they were as stiff as any flap you ever saw in your life.
I'll be darned.
2 coats of carbon, and they were like girders.
Very good.
Well, that system really works. Danny, here's a wild shot of that thing. See if I can get it up there.
That is a good shot.
Yeah.
Who took that? Will Hubin. He made the experimental twin timer for us, and we told him we were going to go out and fly the airplane, and he hopped into his decathlon and flew in from Ohio. We picked him up at the airport that's 8/10 of a mile east of my house here, and we went out flying for the day, and he took photos. Interesting guy.
Yeah, he takes some great pictures.
Oh,
Does anybody know, Ken Strickler, he's on here sometimes. Does anybody know where his videos, aircraft videos are?
Who?
Okay. Ken, he had that Navigator.
Kim Stricker.
Oh, Kim.
Kim
Yeah, Kim.
Stricker. YouTube. Kim Stricker.
Okay. It's just under his name?
I think so. That's how they show up on Facebook all the time. Kim Stricker. Are you on Facebook, Bill?
Yeah,
You are?
I am.
Okay, well, you can find him on there, Kim Stricker. And I want to say he posts in the Balsa Model Builders group most of the time. Is where you'll find all of his Cox videos of him flying his airplane, his RC stuff.
Which
You
group,
familiar
Mike?
with that group?
No. What did you say it was again?
Balsa Model Builders group. I'm pretty sure that's where he posts most of his stuff. I may see it just because we're friends on Facebook, so I see everything he posts. But I'm pretty sure it's in the Balsa Model Builders group is where he's at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, check it out. He's in there. Just friend him on Facebook. I mean, if you're on there, send him a friend request because he's on there too, and he's part of our live chat, so he'll know who you are. That's one busy guy, man. He's one busy cat. That dude is flying stuff all the time and driving around in his truck and camper, going to fly-ins and shooting videos. He does a lot of pretty impressive stuff. He came to Huntersville a couple years ago, camped out in the parking lot at Huntersville for one of our control line contests. Remember that, Rusty?
He got kicked off.
Oh, Rusty's kicked out. Okay.
He's trying
Rusty and I have both met Kim in person because he came to a contest at Huntersville a few years ago. So, and then the other big place you can find all of his stuff, Tom, is on the Cox Engine Forum. He's pretty prolific poster on Cox Engine Forum.
Okay.
Hey guys, I just rebooted. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell you before, but I don't think I had any sound. Kim Stricker's called Winter Sportster on YouTube.
There you go. There you go, Tom.
Winter Sportster?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's strange. I was muted, but my mic symbol didn't show it. I was hollering at the damn computer and nobody could hear me.
Len Burrell, are you still there? Len?
His is gray on my screen.
Well, his camera's off, but I was wondering if his mic was still on.
It is, but he's gray in his signal bars.
Yeah.
Okay.
Connection lost.
All right. Well, I'm sure he'll be back. I see Robert has joined us again from the Great White North, Alberta, Canada.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
And you look like a TV host
Yeah.
sitting behind your work table there.
Welcome to Woodworking Canada today.
Rob
I sent you a message, Robert, on Stunthangar today. All the props went out, and you and Len got the Canadian ones are on the way. So it's my first forte into using Canada Parcel Post. I hope I got everything right, but they should be on the way today.
It sounds like it. It's exactly the amount that I think the. I sent you a post or a reply there thanking you for that and whatnot.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you
being
got the
holiday
motor.
weekend. It'll probably be Tuesday. Or
Okay. Yeah, the
Did you get
36X,
that, Mike?
the 36X and the props are on the way. So
Yeah, thanks very much. I don't know if I can get a money order to you tomorrow, being the holiday weekend. It might have to wait till Tuesday.
it's fine. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Just send me 8 million Canadian dollars, and that should cover the U.S. Conversion.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
About 380.
We're good.
Yeah. It's funny, the shipping 2 cents of what I figured it'd be.
Yeah. No worries on the payment, man. Whenever you can get it out, that's fine. I know where you live.
Yeah,
Send it.
Yeah, come on up.
You know where he lives, but if you don't have a passport, you can't get there.
They
I got one.
That's true.
Just mail him change.
Isn't Control Line flying an essential service? He can cross the border.
Yeah, well, I sent it as a gift too. I put check gift on the box there, so you won't have to
send him any money.
Send them any money. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Very good. Very
good. I was trying to save him on the duty fees, man.
Can you guys see this?
You know, Bob.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
What is it?
Hold it a little higher. Hold it a little higher.
There we go.
There you go, right there.
Ringmaster.
I'll click.
I don't know what it is. A solid wing.
That's a Gillows Half A profile trainer.
It's a solid wing.
That's a Gillows trainer 1.
Okay, that's
Who's holding that up?
That's one of my first ones.
Yeah.
Wow.
I learned how to fly on a Gillows profile trainer number 3, which looked just like that, only bigger.
Oh. I got you guys.
That's a pretty neat looking little plane.
How about this in here? See if I get it.
You get it.
Saber Stunt.
Echo Saber Jet.
Yeah.
Pull it back.
Now that one was
Oh yeah.
Solid wing. I mean, sheeted.
Damn, Gary, I didn't know
build.
That's not an aluminum.
Yeah, there's aluminum thing
That's
around
not
that.
really an aluminum nose, is it?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's not really an aluminum nose, is it?
Yeah. It had a little bit of
It
aluminum
is.
went around the edge there to made the cow. But I didn't build this.
Cool.
My dad bought this off of someone back there. And
It's either
I like the Phoenix.
either a Jack Saber or a Donald Hogue Wicked Witch, one or the other. I'm not sure.
Anybody know what this is?
It's like a
Fire
Phoenix
baby.
on the wing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a fire baby?
Yeah.
There's my smoothie.
Yeah. Definitely a smoothie.
Yeah.
See? Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, well, I got some black and white pictures of it here. This is on the wall back here when I was younger. Did you see that between the one with
Back it
the
up a little.
wings on it, but my face there's a little Cox thing I got. It's kind of the wing was plastic. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Oh, right. Yeah, your head's right by your
Yeah.
ear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think I've heard you talk about them. So, and then that one with I'm building there. That's Ringmaster.
Well, it's a nice manicure you got too there.
Yeah. Okay, I just thought I'd share it with you.
Yeah. That's old stuff. It's cool.
Old stuff. Yeah.
We were talking about this picture.
So that
I
first
got it.
model you showed up, is that a little?
This is last year at the Brodak Fly-In, and Will was
Fire baby?
taking. Wesley Dick is launching my All-American, and Will got the sequence.
Can you hear me? Or everybody's all froze up at this end.
Blew that tail come up.
Yeah, well, look at Wes.
I'll down
Look
to
at
read
Wesley's wing.
Finally, I
Yes,
can
you
see
See
the
the
screen
tail?
there.
It rotates up in the mains. And you can see a backwards drop turning, whatever, yeah. But look at concentration, whatever. Oh well. Just trying to press his hands are down. He's ready to get up and move away and stuff. The airplane's moved what about 3 feet. So I don't know. I just thought it was a cute sequence.
Plug your mic back
I'm
in,
not,
Dennis.
I'm not still muted again, am I?
No, we can hear you.
I'm back.
That's the first screen share I've been able to see all night.
I'm trying a new browser. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Len, your name don't come
Yeah,
up.
I'm trying a new browser here. I kept getting kicked out.
Yeah, you all froze up. I had to reboot.
We can hear you. We can't see you though.
You will. Hang on.
All right, Len.
How you doing, Jim?
Hey there, how are you guys?
Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys.
Good. Good.
Nice to see you again.
I just saw you guys online. I said, let me jump in a little bit.
Yeah, come on, man. Welcome to the Nut House.
Yeah.
I know, not much, not too much else going on, huh?
Hey, Len, you made yellow.
No, but I've heard video conferencing is just exploding in popularity lately. So that's why we've got such crummy signals. A lot of why.
Well, I guess
I've been doing a lot with my
People
friends
gotta
around the country.
I don't know. I heard something today. They're stopping the schools and certain businesses and stuff from using Zoom and all this because they're being hacked.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell
Yeah.
Why would they hack a damn school deal? You know, what are they going to learn from there? 2 + 2? You know?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. I think they're doing stuff like they used to do to us when we were back on Google Hangout, and those trolls would come in and show unthinkable pictures to us.
Oh yeah,
and that might be what they're doing.
Or like the scumbags that killed
Photoshopping pictures of students. Photoshopping pictures of students into compromising positions and showing that in public and shit like that. I shouldn't say shit in public, but that fits. There's no other word.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Dennis, are you going to be home tomorrow? Dennis, are you going to be at home tomorrow?
Yeah, unless I get lucky.
The guy with the water jet deal, he's supposed to be home tomorrow. I'm going to give him a call and.
Wow, super.
What are you cutting with the water jet?
Huh?
What are you cutting with the water jet?
Hopefully some
Phenolic board, hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, man has a water jet, and that's not one of your usual building tools. And if we can connect with them, and in the past he said he expressed interest in maybe putting it to order, right? So,
your mic is messed up again, Dennis.
oh well.
There it goes.
Anyway,
There's back. Every time we say that, it comes right back.
No.
Hey, I'm trying something different here. I 3D printed a mold for a nose on my new plane. Check this out.
Wow.
Can you see it?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'm trying to figure out how to carve this by hand. But
Everybody knows
if
you
I
can
get it
click on the
printed.
little picture and make it big, don't you?
I was very excited how it came out.
Everybody knows you can click on the little picture and make it big, don't you?
Yeah. What's that for, Jim?
It's one of my new planes I designed.
Electric or glow?
Electric.
Electric.
Yeah.
What did it come out in weight wise?
Oh no, it's just only for a mold. I don't know. I haven't even weighed it yet.
Oh.
It's just for a mold, for a composite mold. But I was figuring out how I was going to shape it, because it has some interesting contours on it.
Yeah.
And I said, by hand, it would take me like a month. So
what are you going to mold it out of?
Like the chart.
It'll be fiberglass and probably a balsa core.
And
just 30-second balsa core.
2 halves.
What's that?
2 halves.
Yeah, 2 halves. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's your buck. That's a 3D printed buck that you're going to use.
Yeah, the 3D printed plug. I have to finish it off a little bit, but the contours on here are pretty interesting. So rather than doing it by hand, I just really saved tons of time.
Yeah, looks very cool.
Have you talked to Paul lately?
Yeah, I like it. Sure.
Yeah, I saw him today. Yes, he's starting to cut your parts out.
Okay, good. I kind of need him. I didn't want to do him, but I really need,
Yeah, he's going to start. I think he was going to do them tomorrow.
I could use them. I got a photo. I got some old photos here. If you guys want to see some old photos, this is
older than when you had long hair the other night.
Oh, go for it.
This is my father when he was in high school.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Oh.
And those are airplanes that he built back then.
Very nice.
Are they all rubber powered?
All rubber powered, yeah. And the one on the lower left was an amphibian that when he took it off on water, and then, on land, and then the landing gear would retract and it would land on water.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that cool?
How'd you put that on your screen, Bob?
Huh?
How'd you put that on the screen?
Well, they're gonna have to talk you through that. I'm not qualified to talk you through that.
Jim, you just need to click on Bob when he's talking, or you can click on anyone and make them your full screen.
Oh no, I saw the picture. I was wondering how he did it.
Oh, how he did that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
At the lower left side of the corner of the screen, there's something you float over. It says various screen.
Yeah, it looks like a picture of a monitor if you mouse over to the lower left corner. But you got to open the picture. You got to open the picture you want to show first. That's the step one, is to open your picture, and then click that button, and it'll give you a box to click, and you'll say application window on the selection at the top, and then share. You go. All right.
What year was that, Bob, with the rubber planes?
Oh, 1929 or 30, maybe.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, I've got a few pictures of my dad in the 30s when he was a kid with some rubber powered planes. I'm gonna have to dig those out. Nothing like what your dad was building, but I think your father was a little bit older than my dad during that time frame. But that was a really nice picture, man.
Is that one showing the one with the?
Yes.
Holding the weird looking airplane.
Yeah.
He's stunt. I can't read the other side of it.
Oh, that's
stunt wagon.
That's a stunt wagon. There's another one here. Let me see if I can.
Yeah,
that's cute.
That's a weird. That's a.
Application window.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's another one.
Oh, geez.
Kind of like the humbug.
Oh,
yeah, that's my dad in about 1956 or 55.
Wow.
Hey, check this one out.
Was that the standard outfit for a control line flyer back then?
I don't know. That was at the Union Field, the very famous elastic stop nut field. Somebody heard of that?
Here's one I got. Check this picture. I think it'll go. How's that work? Can you
have to get the application window?
Yeah, hang on a second. Application window. Here we go. How's that? You got it?
No.
No.
It takes a minute for it to come up. Sometimes you just gotta wait. But
Jim,
I'm not getting it. But I hadn't been.
There's a picture of you in a pair of leather underwear, Jim.
Yeah, that was yesterday. That was yesterday. This is an old one.
You got to be careful, Jim, with this. You got to be very careful.
I know. Nothing come up yet?
There we go.
There you go.
that's my father's travel air, and that's my brother who just turned 81.
Oh my goodness!
Oh gosh.
He's a really young looking 81.
Isn't he though?
Wow.
That was in 19.
Unfortunately, I can't see it.
52.
Yeah, I can't see it either.
Old picture here.
Yeah. Memories, right?
Just you and your brother Bob, or do you have a sister? Or
Yeah, my parents had 3 kids, one of each. No, I have a sister too. Here's a one. I don't know who this is, but that's Don McGovern's Pirate.
Yeah.
And that's at the Mirror Meet.
Look at all
Does that
the
have dihedral in it?
What's
Or
that?
like polyhedral? Does that have like polyhedral in it?
Yeah,
or-
I think it had a flat wing section in the center, and then dihedral outer sections.
Okay, all right. So not poly. Okay. And that's control line?
Yeah.
Look at the people back there just to watch.
Those are just the contestants.
Oh, that's all contestants back there?
They used to limit the contestants to that to 1,000.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
That was some contest, man.
I won that in 1959.
Holy
payload jet,
Oh.
free flight as a junior.
Wow.
Yeah. Limit it to 1,000.
Yeah, they used to limit the contestants to 1,000. Still trying to figure out how to put that picture up. I'm looking at my lower left-hand corner.
Can you imagine?
You guys
Lower
have,
left corner,
you
share
ever-
your screen.
you ever hear of a guy named George Lieb?
No.
Yeah.
Had an airplane called the Triumphant. It was published in Air Trails, and he was a pretty famous stunt flyer back in those days. Well, this is him.
Jim, 3 little white icons will show up, and one looks like a monitor with an arrow in it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, you click on that, and then you get a dialog box where you can select application window and share.
Okay.
And you gotta wait when you
Okay, here we
click
go.
this button.
How's that?
We got it.
There we got it.
There you go. That's me. I forget what it was. That's
Oh,
probably
good.
59.
Okay.
Probably.
Good.
That's one of my combat designs from the old days.
Was that the double diamond?
No, that's just a wing. That was one of my wings. I don't even know what I called it. I'm thinking of maybe building that for the combat thing again.
Absolutely.
That thing was so funny.
I like the pompadour hairdo you got going there, Jim.
Hey, that was the days, remember?
No, I don't. I'm a little younger than you. but Dad wore that hairstyle, so.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, that was
I'm
good
gonna
old
have to
days.
go back.
My
I'm gonna have
dad
to go
wore
back and
that
watch the
hairstyle
rerun
till he died.
so I can see these pictures.
Him and his Vitalis.
My old
Yeah,
man had that hairstyle
that's what we
too.
used. Yeah.
What are you sipping on there, Jim?
It's a little bit maple bourbon.
I hope you brought enough for everybody.
I'm actually drinking some brown sugar spiced bourbon myself.
Oh, there you go.
Did you guys bring enough? You bring enough for everybody?
I did.
No, this is private stock. Sorry, guys.
This was a Christmas bottle that was brought for our Christmas party, and I've had a little tickle in my throat all day today and a little bit of sore throat, so a little bit of bourbon to knock it out, I think.
That's always nice. I like a nice little drink before I go to bed. A little tiny one, not a big one.
Steve?
Yeah.
I got one for you.
All right.
Here's Buddy Weeder.
Oh, wow.
I've got some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Looks like he had a little Vitalis in his hair.
It's Buddy Weeder. He just died.
Buddy Weeder.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old Brill Cream ads. A little dabble, do you?
Yeah. My dad, yeah, they had Burl Cream and stuff. We were in Florida and on the Swanee River. and my uncle had a tree swing. This one part of the you had to go down a bunch of steps and shit to the beach, but they put this tree swing on, and my dad and his brothers and stuff, they'd swing out, swing way the hell up, and then do some flips and stuff and dive in. Well, it was the day before we're gonna leave, and we're there. Well, my dad always had that damn Vitalis in his hair. When he come out of the water, he'd rub his head. Well, wasn't paying attention. He got on that damn rope swing for about the third or fourth time. Went to swing out, and he had so much of that damn oil on his hand, it slid down off the rope, and he landed in ankle deep water, and his ankles were swelled like this. The next day on the way home, he could hardly walk.
Oh, geez.
But
Dave, you heard Buddy talk about his Cobra, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's for sale now. She has to sell it because he passed away. So if anybody's interested, that's for sale. And it looks better in person than it looks there.
You know what they're asking for it?
35,000.
Really?
What size engine is in that?
That's a 351 high output. It's a crate motor. Almost everything on the car was new. He didn't buy a donor car for it. He just bought new stuff, rear end transmission, everything.
How long did it take him to build that, Bob?
I don't know. A while.
Is that a 4-speed, Bob?
I believe it's a 5-speed.
A 5-speed.
I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
That's one of my bucket list cars,
Well, if you want to go see it, I can take you up to see it. Well, not right now. I can't.
Yeah.
Cars in quarantine at the moment.
Has it got a modern engine management system on it?
I don't know.
Probably not. It's probably a crate motor.
It is a crate motor.
Yeah, I bet it does have electronic ignition and fuel injection.
I thought it has. My brother was talking to him about the engine and shit, but I think it's carbureted, but I'm not sure.
It is carbureted. Yeah.
Yeah, it puts off some big horsepower. Back kind of the old days, and the old muscle car.
I went for several rides in it. I'll tell you that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, for a car that weighs 2,000 pounds with that kind of horsepower.
Yeah, it goes and he drove it like a little old lady. I was always on his case about it.
Oh, I hate that. What a waste of a hot rod.
Here's my old car. I had this car. I had this for 40 years. I sold it, though.
Oh.
I bought it new in about had it for 40 years.
The year I was born.
That's a damn $500,000 car now.
No, it's worth about $100,500.
Wow.
Maybe
for a Shelby.
But yeah, I know. That's what they go for. The 350s, they go for about $100,500. Oh, this one does anyway.
Right.
Wow.
It's in a private collection in England right now.
Wow.
That was a fun car. I was going to save it for the kids, but they're not car people. They live in Brooklyn in an apartment. So,
yeah, I think you told us about this, Jim, before. You hung on to it for a while, and the guy was haranguing on you for a while for you to sell it, and you finally caved on him and let it go.
I decided to sell it, and then I called up the Shelby American Club, and then the registrar for the 350s came and took a look at it. And he offered me, some money for it. I said that's not enough. And then
that's what it was.
Yeah. And then I had another offer on it, and it was a pretty good offer. So I said,
was that a 67 or a 68?
That's a 67.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, 350. The last one's built by Shelby. A 68, they were built by Ford. This was built in California, but it's but he came and I gave him right of first refusal, and he matched the price. So. But that's all original paint and everything.
Wow.
Damn. How many miles I have on it?
69,000 I had when I sold it.
How many?
69.
Wow.
I used it.
Yeah. I know my brother, he's got a 72 Olds 442 with 29,000 miles on it.
Oh, that's a nice car.
Everything.
Yeah, they're very nice cars.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
it was funny when I bought when I bought the 350, I was sitting in a 427 Cobra trying to decide which one to buy.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
And
my
I
God.
bought the Mustang because it had more luggage space. I was on the road for work, and the 427 Cobra was only $2,000 more.
Here, let me show
It
you this.
also probably handles and drives a lot better because that big engine is not a nose weight.
Yeah, I
Check
know.
this out, man. Check out my vintage 1964 Stanley screwdriver.
All right.
that my dad bought at Sears and Roebuck in 1964. I've been offered $100K for it, but I'm holding out for better offers.
Now, is that the left-handed or the right-handed model?
This is the left-handed model, a flathead from Sears and Roebuck Stanley screwdriver.
I also understand it works as a can opener.
It does. Yeah.
Very good.
But no shit, this is one of my dad's old screwdrivers. I remember this has been in the basement as long as I can remember. I still got a few of these old yellow-handled Stanleys that belong to my dad.
Yeah.
Well, half of my tools are from the 60s.
Yeah.
I've got one that looks a lot like that, but it's bi-directional. I got one that looks a lot like that, but mine's bi-directional.
Yeah.
Bi-directional.
Yeah.
I still have my grandpa's wrenches, but they're Montgomery Ward.
I remember them.
I
Oh,
have
God.
a 1973 Z28 Camaro.
So anybody build anything exciting? Oh, I got one of those too. I have one of those. You have to watch out. Don't get your fingers caught in the gears, though.
Yeah. And, you know, they are reversible, too.
They work good.
I don't know. I think they're Stanley. I got a couple drills that they collapse on themselves and drill.
Oh yeah, yeah. It has like a spiral on the shaft, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were my grandpa too.
I've heard somebody call that a Yankee screwdriver.
Yep, that's what it's called. Yep.
Oh, a Yankee screwdriver. Oh, okay.
Well, I think I might go to bed. I'm working on my airplane tomorrow. My new one.
All right, man. Thanks for coming and visiting with us.
Nice to see you again, Jim.
What's that?
Nice to see you again, Jim.
Yeah, I know. I've been meaning to get on it. I've been busy. I still got work I'm doing.
Can you show movies on here, videos?
I would imagine.
Let's try it.
On a good night, yeah.
Is that working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear something.
It sounds really bad, though.
That's
all whiny and electric-y.
It was.
The picture hadn't gotten to mine yet.
Sounds great.
Doesn't sound right, Bob.
Sounds good to me. I don't know if I can get this or not. We'll try.
Got some bad bearings in there.
Yeah.
It was really scary to launch it, I'll tell you that.
Hey, Bob, have you tried any of those badass motors out?
I have not, but I've been talking to people about them. They say they really, really work well.
Yeah, I have two of them I bought.
Better efficiency.
I haven't used them yet.
They're called badass motors?
Badass, yeah.
Yeah.
Badass.
Yeah, they got. I looked at them. They have the form magnets. They're not flat. They're actually.
They're formed, yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering when you turn them, does it make like a true where you can feel every single magnet in it?
Every cog, yeah. There's 14 of them in the average.
I don't know. Let me find out.
That's why they're better than Glow, because Glow gets 1 power stroke per revolution. We have 14 power strokes per revolution.
Well, I was kind of wondering because the Axie motor, it has them shaped magnets in it, and you can feel every magnet. I mean, like it's stick.
Yep. Every cog.
Every cog. But now, if you go to a Cobra, you can, you can feel them a little bit, but it'll still go around. I mean,
for whatever reason, you could feel more like axes. You can really feel it.
Yeah, and I was wondering if that's because the magnets are closer to the stator or whatever.
I don't know.
But that's why I was wondering about the badass being that way. If it's really like a tight.
Is Denny still with us, or did he leave?
I got a Scorpion here. I can feel those very easily.
Mm-hmm.
And then the badass, I can feel them, but it's not quite as strong.
Oh, okay.
I have a Cobra here.
Yeah, because I know that.
I can feel the Cobras a little bit. I did ever show you this motor mount? This was something I just it's a rear mount, but with 2 bearings in it. Kind of made that up. You just bolt this to a firewall.
Yeah.
It has a rear bearing on it, front bearing. I haven't used it yet, but it was one of those nights I was deciding what I wanted to do, so I made this up. Kind of a retrofit. So anyway, man, I'm looking forward to using these. The badass.
Yeah, let me know how that runs for you. I'm anxious to find out about that.
I'm putting in my new plane, so that should be. Hopefully, we'll get it in the air in about 6 weeks. I'm thinking. Got to finish up the fuselage and put everything together and then paint it.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
We were talking the other night about this airplane. I don't know if you've seen it in anything but those videos. That's that sweet tweet.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. What do you got up front on that?
Power 10.
That thing flies really nice, boy.
It does. It flies good. We're going to put the bigger motor in it but of course now they're not going to have that at that field, but they'll probably have it down at the Middlesex field. I'm going to put the bigger motor in and the bigger battery and see if we can give Mr. Ferraro or Mr. Luciano a run for their money.
Well, it looks really cool, man.
Yeah, it's a good airplane.
Really cool.
That's gonna be hard to beat Luciano, though.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna try to share a video here now that I'm on a Chromebook instead of my phone. Let me see if this works. Here's Samuel at 4 years old flying an airplane. Can y'all see that?
Oh yeah.
This is a Coroplast 049. Sam is 4 years old.
Wow. I remember the first time you brought him to the Nats and he flew stunt. That was a great day for you guys.
Yeah, he couldn't really do anything than fly flat and I think he was 5 then.
That's all right. He was doing it though. He was out there on the Nats. Yeah.
That's awesome, Mike.
Yeah, he's actually 3 years and 9 months old. He wasn't even 4 yet. That was his very first time he ever got one to go.
Good grief, that's great.
So that was a carbon copy of a Bratco Sky Ray or Sky Baby that I just made a Coroplast model of and put him on that.
Wow.
It was only on like 12-foot lines with a Cox 5.3 backwards prop to slow it down, just running real sloppy rich. But that was Sam at 4 years old, solo in a control line plane, man.
Wow.
You guys been flying, Mike?
We've been out twice, Jim.
Okay.
We flew a little combat and a little bit of stunt like 2 weeks ago. We went out and knocked the dust off, and then we've been out twice flying RC planes as well, glow RC planes, but only one control line outing so far.
I haven't flown, I think, since that Bob's contest last year. I think that was the last time I flew.
Oh wow!
By the way, we got the sanction for that, and we're gonna be Friday is a practice day. Saturday is we're gonna host the Garden State Circle Burners hosting their 50th anniversary old time stunt contest.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's looking forward to that.
Huh?
What weekend is that?
October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, Bob, since all of our contests so far has been canceled, we got a pretty good contest fund still going. We may have to take a run up to the Northeast here, especially since we're not doing Joe Knoll and Brodax.
Yeah.
I mean, that's saving us like $2,000 because both those contests cost us $1,000 to go to for the week. We may be able to make a long weekend and come up and hit that one because we're going to be.
Do you guys camp? Do you do camping?
Yeah, we do. We can sleep in a truck or bring a tent or, whatever.
It's free to have camping there. If you want to camp there, it's free.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to be, because we've already had, so Huntersville was canceled, Arkansas was canceled, Joe Knoll's canceled, Brodax is canceled. That's 4 contests that we would have went to. So the money's in the budget to hit other ones. We may be just trying to hit them all that we can once everything gets freed up again.
The only problem we're going to have is I was already talking to Frank McMillan. He said the guys from Texas, if there's no national, they're going to come up in the contest. And I was talking to the guys in Detroit, they're going to come. So it could be a whole bunch of people come into this contest in October, which is not the longest days in the world.
Anything that's available.
I might have to do pre-registration and cut it off at a certain point. So I'll let everybody know about that here ahead of time.
Yeah.
Because we might not be able to we may just be inundated. We put that thing together last year in 3 weeks, and we had 46 entrants from 9 states.
Yeah, that was a fun day.
Yeah. What city and state is it in?
Easton, Pennsylvania. Which is near
Allentown. Where is that in Pennsylvania?
Near Allentown. It's about 60 miles north of Philly. It's below the Delaware Water Gap.
How far is that from Brodax?
About 300 miles.
Okay, so another 4 hours. Okay, yeah, no, that's doable though. That's doable.
Well, you what in Tennessee? Where were you? Tennessee?
Yeah, Nashville.
Nashville.
But I tell you, we're going to be so starved for contests, man. I'll be willing to add on, and typically we will only drive 9 hours to a contest, but if I got to go 12 or 13 because we haven't been able to go to any, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have Old Time and Classic on Saturday, and then it'll be a Friday. It'll be a practice day. We have one circle open for practice on Friday. Saturday is Old Time, Stunt, and Classic, and then we're going to have one circle open for people who want to come for like a reunion and just fly for fun, old time airplanes. And then we have pizza party at my house on Saturday night, and then Pampa classes on Sunday.
Okay.
So.
It was really good last year.
Yeah, we lucked out weather-wise, didn't we?
The weather was perfect. Yeah. The wind was nice.
Last weekend of October, and we hit it right on the money.
Well, and it doesn't conflict with anything else. The only other thing I know in October is Huntersville, but that's the 3rd weekend.
Yeah. Well, it conflicts a little bit. Well, it doesn't conflict with the fall Joe Knoll starts on that weekend.
Oh, Knoll in the fall. Okay.
Well, but the actual thing doesn't get cranked up until the following weekend. So you could one or the other. I don't think they're going to have a contest. I was talking to Mark. He said they're not going to have a contest at the Knoll in the fall.
Oh, really?
No, it's just going to be sport flying.
Oh, okay. All right.
I talked to him this afternoon, matter of fact.
Hey, Bob, have you talked to Rich Juckbone lately?
Yes, I did. I talked to him last week, or earlier this week, and he's actually doing better. He's doing pretty well, actually.
Well, that's good. How's getting any of his talking at all back, or
a little better?
A little better.
Yeah. He had a stroke. For those who don't know him, he had a stroke.
Wasn't he with Buddy when that happened?
Yeah, Buddy saved his life. If it wasn't for Buddy insisting that he get in the car because he knew something was wrong with him, and he drove him right to the hospital, and the doctor said if you were there 15 minutes later, we would have.
Wow.
Yeah, so Buddy saved his life.
That was at one of the Garden State Summer contests. Remember?
Yeah, it was at the Garden State meet probably around 2013 or something.
Yeah, I remember that. I was there. I'm going, oh my God, it was scary.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gentlemen, I think I'm going to take off this time for sure.
Good night, Jim.
I will. Thanks. It's nice talking to you, and we'll do it again.
You take care,
Thanks.
Jim.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. Come back.
I'm gonna head out too, guys. I gotta get some sleep.
All right. Take it easy, Bob.
I gotta get up in the morning. I gotta get up in the morning and be bored.
Thanks for sharing all those old pictures, man.
Bob, how can you be bored? You got 7 airplanes you're working on.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so I'm building board.
Oh, okay.
Building board.
Have a good one.
All right, Bob. See you.
Yeah, Bob.
Yep.
All right. I got to Len Burrell. Are you on? Can you hear us, Len?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
You got a package coming your way. I sent you a PM on Stunthangar with the customs number and all that. Your props went out today, so just check your messages on Stunthangar. You'll see what I'm talking about. Len?
He turned red.
I'll get money in the mail to you.
Can't hear him.
Did you hear me?
No.
Something about getting the money in the mail.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried. If you can still hear me, Len, I'm not worried about the money. I just wanted you to know that they're on the way. That's all. Yeah,
Just
he's
out of
all red.
curiosity, can anyone still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you, Robert, but it's very low.
Okay. Yeah, I just had to change internet providers and got a new one today, so I'm just curious how it's working.
Your video's fine, but your microphone is very low. Your video's fine, but your microphone is very low.
That should be easy enough to turn up. Yeah, you got a green
I'm just
signal
using
bar,
an
so that's
iPad
good.
on a yoke mount. Okay, is that okay?
It's a little better, but you could be louder.
Okay, I might have to get a remote mic. I don't know. Hey, yeah, it's just we just changed providers today, so I was just curious if it worked at all.
Did you get an increase in bandwidth?
Definitely. Actually, a little bit less, but overall, it's working better on our main computers upstairs. I ripped out all of their cable crap, and it actually worked better on our computers.
Mike, can you hear me now?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, got you, Len.
Okay, yeah, I'll get that money order in the mail for you.
Oh, no worries on that, man. Just I'm not worried about that. I just wanted to let you know they're on the way. That's all.
Oh, thank you so much. That's awesome.
All right.
Yeah, the
hey,
other
Rob, when you're on the computer on this show, are you the only one in the house using the internet, or are there other people that are doing streaming?
Other people.
Go to your
talking to Rob.
Yeah, go to the 3 dots, and if you go to settings, you can see the microphone and stuff like that. You can do HD, and you can try the different ones, webcam, and that may help on your sound.
All I got is select sound device and invite someone and crap like that.
Yeah. No, you're gonna need to go into your computer settings.
I'm on an iPad, but
listen to me, please. You need to go into your computer settings and just adjust your mic volume slider. It's in the Windows sound settings, so you don't have to do it right now.
Yeah,
but
I'm not
between shows.
I'm on an iPad.
Oh,
I'm on an iPad, so I don't even have Windows.
Well, then
you
it'll be the same thing, though.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's in your system settings.
Yeah. So if you can hear me at all, I was building up some phenolic bell cranks, and unfortunately, the guy that does the water jet cutting for me, well, they're not working. So I just started making them with a router. Just made a template and knocking them out. It's actually pretty easy. So I'll just hammer out some of these for those street trainers. And something else, with this social distancing, I thought, well, I'm going to be lazy about a stooge. So I'm making up an electronic one because I had a door opener, door lock system kicking around. So I just rigged up a remote control stooge using a door opener, just tied into my field box with the receiver in that. We'll see how it works. I'll do it one side for a conventional ring, and the other side I'm gonna build up a set of the tail mounts to flip down.
Yeah.
Off the same release. Anyway, it's just something to pass the time, and if it doesn't work out on the field, I can just hook a wire string onto it and just pull it out manually anyway. So I'll just playing around this week on different stuff.
Well, when are you going to build something cool, Robert?
Oh, someday. Give me some ideas.
That's pretty neat. That's pretty nifty, man.
Yeah, just be careful with a garage door opener that you don't stick it in your pocket and it works.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's we tried some different stuff, and if you bump that button, off goes your airplane while you're walking out to get your handle and stuff.
The downside of it is I won't have any of these funny stories about twisting around my ankle and doing spinning round and round, right, Rusty?
You've seen that, yeah. To the tune of what, the hokey pokey and something else. The Wilbury twist I did. That was a funny video. If you see it big screen, you can see my ankles kicking around trying to get out of the line, but on the small screen, it's hard to tell what's happening.
Yeah,
that's
right
pretty
now,
funny. And the worst thing is I've done it more than once. Sorry, go ahead.
I've got quite the setup here. I've got my iPad mini in my yoke mount for my airplane, mounted on a camera stand using my GoPro adapter, tied into a set of speakers so that I can actually hear something, and in the background so that I can actually see something on the picture. I'm using the time delay YouTube. So it's quite the Frankenstein production I'm using here, but it seems to work.
Yeah, I mean, it's good on this end.
Yep.
Yeah, eventually I'll probably try using my GoPro camera tied into all this. I made one video in my life and posted it on just how I do hinge slots, and that's under old control line pilot. But
if you're flying,
a couple years ago.
if you're using a camera to record a stunt pattern or something, the GoPro camera really screws the shapes up, especially on the squares. It'll make the square loop look like a ugly round loop because they got a kind of a fisheye, or at least all the GoPros I've seen do that.
I was thinking about just in my shop for when we're doing these videos or these.
Oh, for that it would be great. Yeah, it's got to be at a distance for that fisheye to be a problem.
When I'm test flying full-size airplanes, or the odd customer wants video of it or whatever, take them out for a first flight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll set up my, especially when I fly kids, I do the Young Eagles, and our equivalent of AOPA is COPA here, Canadian Owners and Pilots Association. I'm the president locally, and every year we fly about 200 to 300 kids in one day. And during our air show here, they have me fly the opening of the air show every year, and I take a kid up for the first flight and beat them up in a home-built airplane on down the flight line and stuff while they're getting ready for the main show, and it's a lot of fun with the kids. So I always video that and make sure they get a copy.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
When you're teaching, what kind of a trainer are you using? What kind of trainer plane?
It's whatever the customer owns. I do freelance work, and I fly everything. Big boxes to Harvards, T6s. So it's I fly about 50 different kinds.
You want to see what I fly, Robert? You want to see what I
Whatever they
fly?
have.
Sorry.
I'll hop in
Yeah,
it and go.
hey,
We're talking
Mike.
about that.
Here, I'm gonna share something here, Robert. This is what I fly. Here we
Please
go.
do.
Here we go. It's just a short clip of a takeoff. It's only 47 seconds long, so I won't bore you too long. Can you all see it?
Looks like the motor started.
No flying is boring, Mike.
So this airport, Eagleville Airport, is about 20 minutes from my house, and I can throw my unit on my trailer and be there in 20 minutes. Takes about 15 minutes to set up, and then I go part around for an hour or so.
Yeah, I've never tried.
Great. Yeah, I've seen this video a couple of years ago.
Wow.
So that's what I do instead of jumping out of airplanes. Now that's how I get my kicks. I go fly that.
That's cool. Literally grassroots flying.
Yeah. Poor man's way to get in the air, man. I got about $7,000 in the whole setup, man. Everything, motor, frame, wing, and quad. $7,000. So
You get your new motor yet, Mike, or not?
no, I got the old one split apart, and it's going to cost me $1,500 to repair that one, or $3,200 to put a new one on it. So I'm in negotiations with the wife right now to figure out which way to go.
Well, you know full well then, Mike, that you feel truly alive once your wheels leave the ground and you're in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
Just something else. I don't care what I'm flying, whether it be a ultralight or a hot Mooney or a Warbird. I don't really care. I'm just happy to be in the sky, even if I'm the passenger and commander. As soon as those wings grab lift, I'm in my element.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's I like that because it's kind of like sitting in a lawn chair, you know. I mean, obviously, I can't go very far, you know, and I'm limited to about 2.5 hours of flight time. But I don't need a radio. I don't need to file a flight plan. I don't have to hangar an airplane. It fits in my garage, and it's easily transportable. And, you know, it's weather dependent. I have to go when the conditions are just right. But that's enough for me. I get 50, 60 hours a summer going out and flying. So that's all I need. You know, I don't need anything more than that.
That's just awesome. You know, 2.5 hours endurance, that's enough to get to a, local pancake breakfast or something like that the odd time. Do you ever do the fly-ins?
No, it's too far to the next airport from where I'm taking off from. Usually I take off and I go buzz around farmers' fields at 300-400 feet, you know.
How'd you learn to fly one, Mike?
I'm sorry?
How'd you learn to fly one of them?
Well, not the right way, I can tell you that. So, I was a skydiver for years and years and years and flew parachutes, landed tandems. I was a tandem instructor. So I flew big parachutes for a long time. And I had a friend that got into this power paragliding thing. And he was actually my instructor. He taught me how to jump. And when he quit skydiving, he bought a powered paraglider and started doing it. And he talked me into buying my unit. And at the time, I didn't have wheels on it. I was foot launching. So you'd run with the motor on your back, right? No wheels, no chair to sit in. And he trained me, which the guys in the U.S. Powered Paraglider Association would say that's a big no-no. You should go get real instruction and real training. But the thing is, I've flown Ram Air wings for 20 years under canopy skydiving. So adding a motor and learning the characteristics of a non-rigid wing wasn't a big deal. Now, I wouldn't recommend anybody who wasn't a skydiver to go out and buy one of these things and go try to fly it, because you really do need to know the characteristics of a Ram Air nylon airfoil. You can get in a lot of trouble with them if you're not smart. So I did not go through a USPPGA accredited school or anything like that. Landing it wasn't an issue because it's like spot landing a skydiving parachute. The takeoff is the big thing. You got to have the wing centered and you got to have the wing straight. It can't be oscillating or anything like that. But it was pretty intuitive for me because I had been around parachutes for so many years. So it was easy, but definitely not the way they recommend to do it. But skydivers, we're all on the fringe anyway, and we're like, oh shit, I can handle that. That's not a big deal. I don't need to pay for lessons. I don't need to go to a school, that kind of thing. And it worked out. The guy came up. I got my unit. We spent a day together learning ground handling and getting the wing up and the motor and all that. And the day that he was here, I did 10 takeoffs and landings in one day with the backpack unit. And after that, I was good,
Okay. Yeah, a kid I went to school with, his dad was a pilot for United. And I guess when he was younger, he flew bush and where they spray the fields, crop dusters. And he went out to the local field there by my house, and somebody had an ultralight, and he really liked it. So the guy shows him how it works. He takes off and comes back and stalled it, crashed, and broke his back.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and he said, he goes, I can't believe my dad was so stupid, how safety he was on everything when he taught, because kids could fly a Cessna and shit like that. Yeah, he went out there and broke his back and he was paralyzed from like the waist down or whatever.
What a shame.
Here's another one I got. Just a 1
Bad
minute
decisions.
Yeah, bad decision.
Yeah.
Here's just a 1 minute clip from In the Chair. Can you all see that?
Yeah. Now, do you have to hold your hands on them at all times, or will that can you trim it for neutral and it'll just fly?
I can let go of the there. I'm not holding the toggles now, and it'll just fly straight. There's the wing. See, the toggles are just dangling. That's how you steer with the toggles. And then I've got a hand grip throttle in my hand that you squeeze it to throttle up and you let go to throttle down. But I've also got a phone in my other hand, so that's why I let go of the toggles.
Oh, okay.
And above me, I don't know if you saw.
Mike, can you replay it because it just popped up? Can you replay it because it just popped up on my screen just now?
Oh, yeah, I can. I can find that one again. I don't know if you saw above my head there, but that was my reserve parachute above my head. I do carry a spare in case anything screws up. I can huck that out.
What does that just float you to the ground then, or can you fly it with that reserve?
No, it's a round. It's just a round reserve.
Okay, that's cool.
It's just a round reserve is all it is. It's like a last ditch thing, Let me see here.
I was watching Airplane Repo today, and they had to repossess a plane that had a parachute on it. It was a little gull-winged SR-22, something like that. It was a cool plane.
Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, those are the new Doctor Killers. Over Bonanza.
The new Doctor Killers, yeah. That was actually my very first takeoff with the quad right there. That's the first time I ever had the wheels on it.
Wow.
Boring. Well done.
Yeah, that was my buddy.
There it is.
That was my first landing with the quad ever.
That looks like a lot of fun, Mike. I got to try
Looked
that.
like you set the rear wheels down first.
Well, that was the first time, so I went. You know, you'll learn a little bit. This was the very first day I had the quad on it, but and the guy that's filming is actually the guy that taught me like 7 years before. He came up to watch the first quad flights. Here's my very first landing with the quad. You know, it's pretty far out, but
So you flare up and pick the wheels up before you touch down. That's what it looks like. Is that right?
yeah, you just kind of let it settle in, and then so your flare is by pulling on both toggles. That's how you flare the wing. So you steer the wing, pull left, pull right, go right. When you land, you pull both, and that flares the wing, and you land.
So you got to be careful that you don't have a lot of wind on,
Yeah.
so it doesn't flip your thing over or whatever. It was a little bit.
Oh yeah, we don't, if it's more than 9 or 10, we don't fly.
Okay.
We don't fly because even at 10, just bringing the wing up, just bringing it up. If you get a big gust, it can flip the cart over. It can flip you backwards and flip the cart over.
Oh, right there. We're up on 2 wheels.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh, that I don't know who that is. I'm sorry, I left that running. That's just some other YouTube video that popped up after mine, but it's not mine.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we fly in
Oh,
calm.
I thought that was you.
No. That's just another video that came in the queue after mine. Like I said, I can't fly all the time. The conditions have to be just right. But that's when I want to go fly, when it's calm and it's nice and the wind is down and the weather's warm and it's, you know, a nice sunrise or a nice sunset. Just go out and fly around for an hour and hang out in my lawn chair.
Yeah, we had a little
That's neat.
airfield here by where I live now, and they turned it into a nursery, but they had, I don't know, 7 or 8 guys with the parachute type deal. And you see them all the time when the weather was real nice. They must have a little club or something. They all go up and fly around. I don't know where they're flying out of now.
Robert, what are you sucking on over there? I saw you had a bottle out there a minute ago.
Yeah, I saw an important one too.
Canadian rye, Alberta Springs.
Oh, rye, Canadian rye. There
Good
you go.
sipping.
Well, I got my skull shot glass for my brown sugar bourbon, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, this one's 408 Tactical Helicopter Squadron glass for Freedom, one of our older RCAF squadrons. Been affiliated with them for decades.
So, Robert, do you own an airplane?
I've had a couple over the years, and if I ever finish one, I'd have another one. I got a Thorpe T-18 under non-construction, you know, at the 75% done, 75% to go stage. But it's been in store for too long. But I don't really have incentive to do an airplane. I've got several customers' airplanes and friends' airplanes to use whenever I want. So, you know, I got everything from Cubs to Moonies to use when I want to. So I really don't have a lot of incentive to have another one. But yeah, I'd probably get a Chipmunk. Looking at one, actually.
Just don't get a SIG Chipmunk. They're too heavy.
No. I'm talking the de Havilland, Canada Chipmunk.
I know what you're talking about.
I know. I'm just bugging back at you. That was the sweetest flying airplane I've flown. It's not the hottest performing one, but the control harmony, just everything felt perfect on that airplane.
Hey, it served Art Scholl pretty well on the air show circuit for many, many years.
Hey, look at here.
Yeah,
Sparky's on after midnight, and he didn't turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, I slept after work today.
Well, that's good. So you're making
Yeah,
wheel
Art
paint.
Scholes.
No, I'm not making wheel
Oh, there's
pants.
Sparky.
That's a sub rudder.
Oh, okay.
That rudder I showed how to make, I cut up because it's too heavy. So I'm going to redo it. I'm just going to use that sub rudder and a stick frame covered with Japanese tissue. So this will go on the bottom of the fuselage and hold the tail wheel, and then I'll build a frame around it like a free flight frame, and then cover it with Japanese tissue.
Oh, okay.
That thing was coming out. It would have been over a half an ounce. It's too much.
Yeah, Bob Hunt I think it was Monday, said that you should build a set of floats for that and put it out for a static. When
Yeah.
you're at the
Yeah.
Hey,
So,
Sparky,
Robert-
you should send me the other rudder. I'll put it on one of my lumber wagons.
Nah, I've already cut it up. I don't know what
He
happened
cut
there.
it up. He didn't even keep it in the shop to use it for
Probably be-
something else. He's already cut it up and thrown it away. He didn't want to look at it.
See, there it is.
Unbelievable.
I cut
Probably
the
weighs.
I cut the bottom off of it because it's too heavy.
Okay. It's probably half of mine.
Well, I know what everything has to weigh in order to come out where I want to be, and if it doesn't weigh that,
Oh, I know.
there's no sense of
Exactly.
continuing.
Yeah, that's right.
What are you shooting for on weight on this one, Sparky?
At least 58 ounces. We'll try for 55, but it's just when you get an airplane this size, there's just so much of it that you know it's the area. Everything is so big. Like I came out a quarter ounce heavy on the elevator and stabilizer, as far as I can remember. So I have to make it up somewhere else. But this thing is a half A airplane, you know? So, I mean, it's huge.
Yeah.
Does that make it a huge A plane?
You gonna have a pipe 75 in that, or
no? The 75. Let me explain. I like the way the 75 runs. It runs very similar to a Super Tiger 60. Now, let's take into consideration it's 1 ounce heavier for just the engine. The propeller is 1 ounce heavier because it's carbon fiber instead of wood. So now we're at 2 ounces. You're carrying around 3 ounces of pipe and header. So you're 5 ounces. Plus it takes 2 ounces more in fuel. That's 7 ounces more right off the bat. So, no. I had thought about using the the 75 with the, this Casminato carbon fiber muffler instead of the pipe, which is slightly lighter. But let's see what that weighs. I don't remember what it weighs. Where a tongue muffler weighs 7 grams, this thing weighs 36. Well, wait a minute. 52 grams. 1.8 ounces. So even if you use the muffler, you're still everything's a disadvantage. Just because I showed up, don't let me stop the
I'm just
party.
try and fly better.
Well, guys, I'm getting off for tonight, so I'll see everybody Monday.
See you, Steve.
See you, Steve.
Night, Steve.
All right, Steve. Have a good weekend.
Show
Easy,
me
Steve.
your nails
Hey,
there,
Steve.
Len, before I go.
The what?
I was talking to Len.
What's that?
Just show me your nails
What are you
before I
looking?
go.
What do you want to see? What do you want to see?
Oh yeah,
I'm showing you.
yeah. Them
Which
boards.
one you want to see? Which one you want to see? That one?
Yeah, that's one I'd be showing.
No dirt on these nails. Not right now. I'm washing my hands 1,000 times a day.
You guys take it easy.
Damn
Tell
coronavirus.
Naomi we said hi.
Take it easy, Steve.
So, Rusty, where's old SD70 at, man? Did you tell
He
Sparky
hadn't
yet?
come on anymore.
Did you tell Sparky yet?
Not yet. Well, yeah, I did too, actually. I didn't tell him the whole story.
Sparky, you know who that guy is?
No, I don't.
SD70?
No. I know that he's been on here. He's a train guy.
Sparky, you've met him.
I have.
Yes, we've all met him. And it wasn't until he sent Rusty the picture of his airplane that Rusty texted it to me.
P-51 Nobler.
The P-51, I figured it all out. The guy who's SD70 is Xander. It's Alan Buck's grandson, Xander, from Brodax, the 12-year-old kid. He's a year or two older than Sam. You've met him at Brodax.
Yeah.
Alan Buck's kid.
I know who it is.
That's SD70, the train guy.
Well, I went to his channel and looked, and I knew he was a kid.
Not carrying around pretty good.
Just from
Yeah, you could tell by the attitude was kid.
But he was typing all this stuff in the chat box about being a train engineer, running trains up and down the East Coast and all this. I thought he was a grown-up adult. But the picture doesn't lie. And when he said his Mustang flew across the combat circle free flight at Brodax, I was there when that happened. That he had a Sterling Mustang with a McCoy redhead on it, and I was helping him fly, and it broke a line and crashed. And then Rusty sent me the picture of the airplane that SD70 sent him, and I saw the picture, and I was like, this is a kid, man. This is Alan Buck's grandson. That's who SD70 is. So now, the mystery is solved. Yes, he has attended many Brodax fly-ins. And yes, he's flown control line. But he's certainly no train engineer or anything like that. He's a kid.
And he jerked my chain for about 10 miles, too.
Yeah, he did. He had you going. 13-year-old kid wearing Rusty out, man.
I was trying to help the guy.
Well, I think you just need to talk to Alan Buck the next time you see him at a contest, you know?
Yeah. Well, you don't think Alan was over his shoulder helping him out, do you?
I don't know. He may have been. He might have been, maybe. I don't know. Alan could have been back there yucking it up the whole time.
Will said Alan isn't the kind of guy that would do something like that, though. Will seemed pretty sure that's not in his personality, but I don't know. I don't know Alan all that well, you know, but I'll definitely ask him next time I see him.
Yeah.
Alan's a cool guy. I mean, he's okay.
Alan's all right. I like him. Yeah. We drink a lot of beer together at Huntersville.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might have been behind the whole charade.
Alan's a lot of fun.
Yeah. But mystery solved. We know it was a 13-year-old the whole time. I think it's funny.
Well, what got me is that he said, well, I want to join. Well, join Stunthangar and you can get in. Well, I tried. No, you didn't. You know, They think that I don't know who's doing what, but he said, "Well, I logged in, I registered." No, you didn't.
Yeah.
And
Well,
everybody tries to get by me with stupid crap, Joe Bell crank, and all that crazy stuff. Like I'm an idiot. Come on, guys.
Well, it all makes sense now that you guys were dealing with a 13-year-old kid on the other end and not an adult. So,
Which is fine. We could help the 13-year-old guy out.
Yeah.
right. That's the thing. I just don't understand why
sure.
he had to go through all the I'm a train engineer stuff and diesel locomotive guy and all, just say who you are and come on in and join us. If you want to talk about control line, get in here and do it. Because he does fly. He flies control line and he goes to Brodax and his grandpa flies. So
he's got a model railroad too.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to be another Windy.
They seem to go.
Marky
Control
is,
line and model railroads
13 years old
seem to go
within-
together for a lot of people.
Is 13 within the guidelines of YouTube to be able to join up with us
I think
under
so.
the COPPA laws?
I think so.
I think so too. I think it's 13. So he could have joined, no problem.
Well, and I don't think his mother would object because it's a control line for him and everybody knows who he is.
That's what you guys talk on airplane.
Well,
Exactly.
a lot of us have met him at Brodax. We know who he is, So if he wants to get in
For
here
sure.
and talk about
I
airplanes,
know who he is.
let him in. Let him in and let him talk about airplanes
That's
and show his stuff.
And we state that it's
What we do.
state that it's family room friendly at the beginning of every show too. So we do pretty well at keeping it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we try our best. I mean, the odd little blurb comes out, but not much.
We let the Canadians in here, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
And I even off air.
Yeah, them knuckleheads can be something else.
Yeah, they can.
They better believe.
Hey,
You
I
never
don't
know
care.
what you're going to get when they're on here.
I don't care what anyone says about Len. He brought me a 6-pack of kokanee to Brodax last year, so Len's okay in my book, man.
That is a sad thing. We're not going to be able to have
Yeah.
the Brodak reunion this year.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's very sad for all of us.
That's the best contest of the year.
What we live for. Sure, it's what we live for.
Yeah, Sparky, I was talking earlier.
Hopefully, we'll be able to do it next year.
Sparky, when Bob was talking about his contest in Pennsylvania, I was telling him since we've lost Joe Nall, we've lost Brodak, we lost Huntersville, we lost Arkansas, that I may try to come to Bob's contest, and that also means Sam and I may be able to come to a St. Louis contest as well. Since all these other ones have been canceled, we have our contest budget that hasn't been touched, so it might enable us to attend contests in other places that we wouldn't normally go to. So you might see us in St. Louis this year, Sparky.
Probably not, because I'm in Dayton.
Oh. Well, I thought you were in St. Louis.
I live in St. Louis, but I work in Dayton, and I've been, if I go, the way that they got it set up here, if I go home to St. Louis, then I got to quarantine myself for 2 weeks when I come back. So I'm staying here in Dayton until this nonsense is over so I can work.
Okay. Well, I was talking
makes
about
sense.
later in the year. I was talking about, August, September time frame.
Let's just hope we have a season this year of any kind.
Yeah.
I think this is way overblown, though. I did the math today. Matter of fact, Dan McAtee sent me a private message. I did the math today. There's 227 cases in Ohio here out of almost 12 million people. the percentage is 0.00245 of dying of this stupid thing. You're more likely to be struck by lightning. I mean, I'm not saying it's not bad and it's not contagious, but they've completely. I mean, they've killed everything over this. Bad modeling. Now they're talking about an ID card for vaccinations. Give me a break. While the illegals can drive and vote and do whatever with no documentation whatsoever, we got to go through this. I ain't going for it. Oh well, that's my
Sparky,
rant.
If I could,
What?
Rob Whitley, new to that. Hi, Sparky.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm new to this site here from actually appearing, but I've been watching you since day one when you were on Daryl Adams from our club up here in Edmonton. I just want to express a real heartfelt thank you for everything you've done for this and inspiring me to get back in the hobby after 40 years away from it, and all the educational stuff you've taught us and just the camaraderie you've developed for everyone. So thank you very much from all of us in the Control Line community.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't want to see this die. I mean, everything comes to an end, but I don't know. I want to pass on what little I know to somebody, you know.
Yeah, some of us are trying
you're
hard
doing
out
an
there
awesome
to get the
job.
kids involved in stuff.
I see that there's guys on Facebook.
It's very hard.
There's guys on Facebook teaching different things without showing you how to do it, and they have no clue of how to do it. It's unreal. So whatever, I'll show you the reason why. Okay, Stunthangar started because of Stuka during the Brodak Wars, and they said I was on Stuka, and I had never thought about even opening up Stunthangar. And I said, well, this is how I do it. And you can't do it that way. Well, shit, I've been doing it that way for 40 some years, you know, or 50 years or whatever. I said, well, okay, great. So the battle ensued. And I said, you know what? I'll just open my own site up and show everybody exactly what I'm talking about, because you guys have no clue that, you know, when you say that I can't, you don't have to do things my way. But because there's many ways to do things, but my way works. And so I started Stunthangar, and immediately everybody swapped over to Stunthangar because you know, this way works anyway. So I decided, well, we'll do some video, because I'm not really great at typing and expressing my thoughts on paper. Pretty easy to do a video though and show you. So that's how the video end started.
So that turned out to be a whole new hobby for you too, right? Because you didn't play with video equipment before that, did you?
No. No. I didn't play with all these high-powered computers that I used to have. I don't have that anymore. I just have my laptop, because the other computer that I did for CAD programming and all that other stuff finally took a crap, but I'm not going to invest another couple $1,000 in computers, you know, because, you know, I don't make Stunthangar is not a you know, profitable deal. Okay.
I don't think there's any hobbies that are a profitable deal.
Yeah, how to be a
Yeah.
millionaire in this hobby is start out with $5 million.
That describes aviation in general.
I gotta
Hey,
remember
that's
that,
what
Sparky. That's awesome.
that's what this show's mission statement is. Just kind of to promote camaraderie and knowledge among aeromodelers.
So
Sometimes I say that at the beginning of the show.
The old joke in skydiving was, how do you make a little money in skydiving? You start out with a big pile of money.
Yeah.
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 I love it.
Now, what I tell all of my customers is right off the bat,
What? He
I
broke
think
up.
you're breaking up, Rob. Couldn't hear what you said.
saying that what I tell my, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
What I'm trying to say is that what I describe aviation to all my customers and friends is that it's a hole in the sky you throw money into.
Yeah,
And the more money you throw into it, the more fun you have.
They say the same about boating too. Yachting is a hole in the water you throw money into.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never made a
Hey,
dollar
that's
in
what
control.
That's what money's for. That's what money's for, you know.
I've
Well,
never made a dollar.
Go ahead.
That's right.
I'll tell you this.
I
Everybody,
was just gonna say I've never made. Go ahead.
Oki Air has taken over Tom Morris's supplies, as everybody knows. And the prices have gone up.
Okay.
But you know what? The guy, they had to go up. I don't know how Tom even stayed in business selling stuff as cheap as he
Exactly.
did. I think he did it just like Brodak, he loved the hobby. You know, he still loves the hobby and has no problem giving it away
Exactly.
because that's what he's doing.
He told me he loved building more than any other part of the hobby.
Well, Jerry,
You know, I think it's funny. And
the guy I work for,
go ahead.
the guy I work for had Tom build him 2 airplanes, and we were going to go down to Anniston, Alabama, and pick them up. Well, I said, Jerry, why don't you just have them box them up and ship them down here? He said, well, that'll cost too much. I said, okay, whatever. So they looked into it. It's $150 for Tom to box it up and ship it via Greyhound.
Yep.
And if you think about it, it would have been a minimum 2-day trip for us to go down there and pick them up. So you got $150 in gas, maybe $200 in gas plus a motel room. That's $350. So you're saving $200 by having them ship it up and send it.
Yeah, I got him doing a quick build kit for me, and he told me it'd be about $90 to ship it, but he's only 3.5 hours from Nashville, so I'm going to drive down and pick it up when it's ready. Because I want to see his shop anyway. I want to go down there and see his shop and where he builds. Because
looks like the neatest shop ever.
Yeah.
From the pictures I've seen.
It's amazing. The pictures are just amazing of it.
Well, you did a video of that a few years ago, didn't you, Sparky?
Yeah, I still
Tom's
got
shop?
all the pictures. Yeah, I did a video.
Yeah, it was gorgeous.
I tell you what, another sad video going to get ready to get made is every once in a while I do the roll call videos. Boy, there's a lot of guys going away.
That's a shame.
Yeah, Sparky, I'm sure you saw the post about Mac Henry passing in January, and I also learned that Marshall Busby passed away last year as well.
Yeah, Marshall's a friend of mine, and it's terrible. I mean, you talk about a good builder. Marshall was a good builder.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know about Mac. He just lived 4 miles down the road from me, and I would usually go visit him 3-4 times a year. You know, every 3 or 4 months I'd pop in on a motorcycle and see him. And I guess I saw him last November before he had his bad fall, and I hadn't talked to him or popped in on him. And I just called a couple weeks ago, and his son answered the phone and said he passed away in January. I was really sad that I didn't get a chance. I didn't even know he was hurt and in the hospital, from that. But that's the thing. If you don't reach out to people, you don't know what's going on in their life if you're not in constant contact with them.
Well, you guys posting that stuff, the minute whoever posts whatever, I call my dad because time is short with him. He's 96. So, yeah, I know it's tough. Did you meet my dad, Len?
It's lucky he's still here, Sparky. You're lucky. No, I haven't met him. That's too bad. I'm glad he's still there, though. That's awesome.
You talk
My
about
dad made it to 90.
He's a hardcore dude. Hardcore.
That's awesome. I'd love to have met him. I'd love to meet him, but I don't know if I'll get the chance.
He's been to the Nats with me a couple times.
Is he a biker too?
That's awesome.
No. He's a World War II sailor.
Cool.
My dad was World War II sailor.
AO-62, the only tanker to be hit during World War II that didn't sink. It was hit with a kamikaze.
Wow.
Wow.
Got your dad
Hey, Ronnie
around.
Layden
Appreciate
just
him while you
typed a
have.
question.
What's the question?
Ronnie Layden just typed a question in the YouTube chat box. Says, what type of construction was the wing in the late article about Stunt AMA magazine? I don't know, Ronnie, unless somebody recognizes what you're asking.
He's talking about Joe Daly's take apart model for his son Stephen Daly that they're taking to the World Championships this year. The last Model Aviation had an article from Joe Daly, whose son Stephen got a place on the team as a junior. There was a construction article about the electric take apart model that they're taking to the World Championships. I don't know any more than that about the wing or construction or anything like that, but that's the article I think he's referring to.
The guy to ask would be Bob. The guy to
Okay.
ask would be Bob Hunt because I'm sure that Bob Hunt has a hand in it.
Yeah, and I'm sure Joe wrote that article 3 months ago because, it's already April and the World Championships are in July, and the airplane was not finished. It was the article was in construction phase. It wasn't a finished airplane in the article. I hope Steven gets to go. I hope they get to go to the World Champs. Is the aerobatic part still on? I know they canceled the free flight part of it.
I don't know.
Well, good night, guys. I've had enough fun.
A lot of people are waiting with bated breath on that one, I think.
Yeah.
Who just said good night?
I know a lot of guys here. Good night.
Hold on, Lynn. Who's saying goodbye?
Greg, I've had enough fun. I got to go get some sleep. See you guys.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Did your son's high alk beer get to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Send me a couple bottles. Yeah, Joe Gilbert. I've been messaging him back and forth because he got a couple bags of the 12.5 Rev Up props, and he was talking about the World Championships and hoping that him and Colleen didn't waste a bunch of money, and they can, if they don't go, they can get refunds on their stuff and things like that. But they haven't canceled them as of yet, have they?
Oh, that's right. No, they haven't. They haven't canceled as of yet.
They haven't canceled the Nats yet either, but I'm not entering because you'll never get your money back out of that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with
How
you,
much does it
Sparky.
cost to enter the nats?
I'm gonna wait till June 10th when they make the announcement. You know,
Right.
it's $50 registration fee. No matter what events you're flying, you got to register, and it costs $50 to do that. And then for control line precision aerobatics, I think they whack you another 50 or 75. I'm not sure what it is.
It's 45. It's the whole thing ended up, I think, close to $90.
Yeah. Okay. And for me, it's only ever just the $50 registration fee, and then I enter the combat events because I don't fly PA at the Nats. And then Sam, since he's a junior, his registration fee is waived, and he doesn't have to pay the control line precision aerobatics fee either because he's a junior.
Right. Cool.
So yeah, we love it. Man. Sam gets to fly all the combat events that he flies and enter intermediate and then fly junior senior open. And last year we flew mouse racing just because we had a day off on Monday. I entered him in mouse, and Bob Whitney loaned us planes, and Sam gets to fly for free the whole week. That's awesome.
Well, I don't know whether I got this right or not, but Joan All sent me back $64. I think it's a refund on my card because I noticed a $64 transaction on there, but I paid $90. Are they keeping part of it or what?
I can't speak to that. I don't know because I did not pre-register for Jonal. Will Davis would be the one to ask on that, Sparky, or Mark.
You know, to be honest, even it doesn't matter because last year I gave him, just let him keep the money, you know.
2 years ago.
Was it 2? Well, I wasn't there last year. Were you?
Yeah, you were, and I was. Yes, we were all.
You were there. You were both there.
Yeah.
Good. I don't think I was.
2019, Sparky, you were there because it was the first time me and Sam went, and you were there with John Jordan and your flying buddy. You guys were all in the big motorhome.
I wasn't even there, and I know you were there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I was there in body anyway.
It's all good.
Yeah, it was 2018 when they had the flood.
Yeah, that was the one that nobody went.
Rusty, we cannot hear you, Rusty. Your mouth's moving, but nobody can hear you. Can't hear your mic. We see your video and your mouth's going, but we got no audio.
Yeah, how about now?
We got you. There you go.
That's better. There we go.
Okay. It's been doing that to me all night. Anyway, yeah, I had my midnight snack. Now I'm sleepy, so I'm gonna knock it off and turn it over to you guys and call it a night. But hey, I think we had a record number on tonight. I think we had 12 people all at one time on the video. You know, we've never done that before.
Awesome.
Hey, don't, Rusty, listen to me. We're gonna try. We're gonna try this. Don't end the stream. Let me get on here.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I think y'all can do everything I can do because I'm just a guest.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try to keep it going on YouTube if I can get the control panel up. This thing is slow.
I can give you the stream key. Do you need?
Oh, I get the stream key.
Okay.
I got to have the studio open, though. So I'm waiting for it to come up. It's thinking. Super slow. Let's see here.
Does it matter that it's open on my end?
Yeah, don't close it. Not yet.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not.
I'm there we go. Let's see. This is I don't know why they always limit the stream on this. Okay.
We hadn't had it. Okay.
All right.
We hadn't had it just randomly cut off since we switched to 8x8. Jitsi used to do that all the time.
Oh, it was terrible.
Okay, I got the stream key open here.
Brutal.
All right, go ahead and do whatever. I think. Let's see if I can. Jitsi. Oh, I got to go back to Jitsi here. Meetings, and go down here and start live stream. Oh, okay, yeah. It says stop live stream. Well, I don't want to stop it. Go ahead and sign off, Rusty, and I'll see if it stays on. If it doesn't, well, whatever.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm turning the YouTube stream off right now.
No,
Click.
Rusty.
Oh, okay.
Don't.
I didn't do it.
Don't close the YouTube stream. Just sign out of Jitsi.
Okay.
See you, Rusty.
Well, okay. Yeah, I'll just hang up this red button. That's all I need to do.
Right. And I'll shut the stream
Okay,
off
good
on
night.
this then. Good night.
We'll see you, Rusty.
Okay.
Adios.
All right, guys. Y'all have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday. Take care.
ya.
All right.
Sounds good.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm gonna start stealing my daughter's Chromebook more often because this is the best feed and the best video I've had forever.
Oh yeah.
I swiped my
Yeah,
daughter's.
I went to Chrome tonight too. It's way better.
Yeah, I swiped my daughter's Chromebook. She wasn't real happy because she was live chatting with her little friends, but it definitely beats the hell out of my iPhone. I've had no connection issues and no scrambled, garbled stuff.
Yeah, it's been perfect.
Yeah.
Best sound too. We can hear you.
Good. What are you working on there? Show us what you're working on.
Who?
He's talking, but we can't hear him.
Your mic's turned off.
Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on.
How's that?
There you go.
That's better. There we go.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago on the Cox Engines forum, someone posted snip plans, so I decided I'd go ahead and build one. So I got the wing, the engine block, and the tail surfaces.
Oh, cool.
Is that the Midwest little snip? Is that what that is?
That was the kit later. I'm not sure if actually I know these plans were from a 1974 magazine, so I'm sure they took those plans and kitted them.
Okay. What are you going to power it with?
I'm thinking of Black Widow.
Okay.
A lot of guys are saying, "Oh, go ahead and do a bladder and whatever," but I think I'll just do a Black Widow instead.
It was designed for a suction tank 049 Reedy, though, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be the way to keep it real, and it'll be a fun little flyer, probably on 30-foot, 35-foot lines.
I was figuring 35. We'll see what happens. I'm not a combat flyer, so I'm just going to sport fly with it.
Yeah, there's still a lot of fun to crank up in the backyard, just for shits and grins. I can't even imagine flying combat with that stuff back in the day when they actually flew matches with that stuff, because the things today, they fly so much better. Well, they just fly so much better, and the engines are so much more reliable on a bladder. But can you imagine, Len, back in the day, actually half-A combat? With
flying half-A combat with a Black Widow.
With a Black Widow and a Reedy and a suction tank.
Oh, yeah.
It had to be horrible, man.
I mean, it's not like combat. It's just kind of like hit and miss.
I think the guy whose motor runs better and longer wins the match, man.
Pretty much every time.
It's not even about cuts. It's just about airtime,
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much.
Still fun.
When you get it together, get a video on YouTube for us or share one to Stunthangar. I'd love to see that thing fly.
Hey, Mike.
Mike,
hold up 4 fingers. I want to make sure we're still streaming.
4 fingers. Here's 2.
Yeah.
Here's 4. Sorry. Man, that was just instinct, man. I'm sorry. I know we're supposed to be family friendly, man, but Hold that up again, Mark.
Yeah, it's still going.
Give me a minute to put it all back together again.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
sorry.
I can't believe we swapped
I'll
over.
go get what I've been working on.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I can't believe I actually took control of the stream from here.
That's good. That's great. It means this is working better than the other one was.
Yeah, the other one, when Rusty went away, that was it. That's nothing. You get nothing. It's a good thing that's screwed up, actually, because I'm actually was too short, about an inch too short.
So that's what it will basically look like, if you can see it.
Yeah.
It looks sort of like a little Satan.
Yeah, the tail's a little different. The wings all look the same on all those, man. The little Satans, the combat cats, and the little voodoos, they all look very similar, but the tail's definitely different. And that's the Midwest thing, right? Because there was the little snip and the matador, and there was one more a little bigger than that, I think, but they all were kind of identical, just different sizes. I never built any of the Midwest combat planes that were available at the time.
They were all the same, but different.
Different sizes, yeah. There was a half A, a 15, and then like a 36 or 35 size. What's the kid up against the door there? I can see the behind you there, Mark. What do you got there? What's that?
This was a. Oh, lost my feed real quick.
No, we got you.
This was a 3D foamy that it's called a Hummer, and I wanted something I could take to the park across the street, so I hacked it apart and
Okay. Does it? Cool. Yeah. Wow. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's like a piggy. That almost looks like a piggy. Very cool.
Well, it's called a Hummer, but I didn't like shaving it really fat, so I shaved down the top and the bottom, and we'll see how it goes. I haven't had a chance to fly it yet.
All right. Yeah, we got a few of the. We got a few electric profile RC planes that we mess around with. The Flatana. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. Flatana. Supposed to be a
kind of like a fun.
Yeah, and then the we got the E-Flight, the biplane. I can't remember the name of it now, but it's an E-Flight biplane. And then something else called a Tristiana we got from Hobby King, 3D flat wing. So you dabble in RC as well, then?
I was RC exclusively from probably 76 until 2013. And then I just got back into controlling. So
cool. And you do lots of half A stuff, right? In control line.
Oh, I love half A.
Yeah.
In fact, my RC was mostly half A also. I just love love Cox more than anything.
Yeah, my old man was the same way. Lots of half A powered gliders back in the 70s. Lots of RC half A gliders with 049s on them. And then he started dabbling in half A pylon planes with like 051s and stuff like that in the 80s. Of course, back then, servos were still 3 inches long and big old bricks, stuff like that. And it was just aileron and elevator aileron and elevator, half A pylon planes. But with a TDO 51, and a small half A pylon plane, they scoop pretty good, man. They still zipped along pretty well.
I want to make a plug for Amazon. This is not a paid advertisement for Amazon, but it's a thing to pass on to you guys. I don't know whether you buy CA in a hobby shop or not, but this 2-ounce CA in a hobby shop is usually anywhere between $11 and $13.
Yeah.
But on Amazon, it's $8.95, free delivery. And one other thing,
awesome.
If you're using razor blades, which we all do, the surgical blades here is $6.95 for 100, as opposed to number 11 Exactos for $25 for 100 blades.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, it's a good deal.
Cool. Very good.
What do you got here,
Servos that
Tom?
look like this, Mike? Servo that looks like that?
Oh my God!
Yeah, look at those. Check
Exactly.
This one's a Heath kit.
My dad built a Heath kit transmitter and servos and receiver. The powder blue Heath kit transmitter. If you remember that one, that was the first. That was the first proportional. That was the first digital proportional radio that my father ever owned. Was a Heath kit, and he built it. I remember him soldering that thing together in the kitchen.
I built mine
Tom,
too.
Tom, put that on the floor and then stand on it, okay? You're not going to need those.
I don't think it would hurt it.
Randy Ryan, when I went up there to Michigan, to Detroit, has the first radio that I guess was ever made. It was 1 dot for right and 2 dots for left or some nonsense like that. But you have to carry it around in a wheelbarrow.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It had tubes and all that nonsense.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why do people save this stuff?
Hey, Len, some of this stuff commands some pretty big prices these days. Heathkit radios still sell for big bucks. And my old man had a old Galloping Ghost set up, man. The old chugga 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 chugga.
Okay. Oh wow.
And they sell for crazy money on eBay now, believe it or not. And Dad also had an Ace RC single channel pulse rudder, just a single channel Ace radio, but it's all on 27. So you even back then flying it, some trucker coming by with a big old CB radio.
It's all over.
It's all over, man. Yeah, it's done, man. Knock them right out of the sky.
Oh, man.
Sparky, I want to ask you, you're talking about Randy Ryan in Detroit. They have a stunt contest up there, correct?
Yes.
And so I go to Detroit twice a year to fly combat at Rouge Park with the old Strathmore guys. And the stunt guys they're in Westland or Garden City, is that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not sure. It must be close to Livonia because it's at the mental hospital.
Right, Eloise, the old Eloise Mental Hospital. It's up on Michigan Avenue. And they have control line circles there, and there's a club there as well.
Yeah, real windy, real windy. The wind whips down through that valley there real good.
Okay, well, I've never been there, and I've seen a few advertisements for like the Michigan Stunt Championships, but that's not the Strathmore guys. That's not the Rouge Park guys, because somewhere along the line there was a divergence in the force in control line there, and there's two different groups now.
Well, Bob McDonald is part of the Strathmore, the original Strathmore guys, because his dad, Roland McDonald, was built the Strathmore Stunner.
Right.
But so I don't know who's doing what or whatever. I just know it's at the mental hospital. And when I went down there, the funny story was I went down there and Detroit is mostly black. and I whipped in and tried to follow the GPS, and I whipped. Well, you can't find nothing there, and so I stopped in a black neighborhood. I got out of the car, and the guys were looking at me like I was some kind of nut. I said it was a pretty rough part of town. I said, "Hey, where do they fly model airplanes around here?" He said, "Well, they're right over there. Can't you hear them?" I said, "Not a bit." They pointed, and I found the gate. It was unreal. So it's you got to have a key, and you drive back.
So, Mike,
out in the field.
Mike, we're back to Heathkit.
Oh my goodness!
What do you think of this? Brand new in the box 8-channel Heathkit transmitter from the day.
Oh,
eBay, here we come.
Cow.
Open it up. I want to see it. Open it up.
Yeah, everything untouched, still fully sealed.
eBay,
Wow.
here we come.
Wow.
Someday, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, but is it on? Is it
Just
on
for the hell
70?
of it, I bought this when Heathkit was kind of shutting down.
Is that on 72
thanks.
or 76?
Probably 72. I bought this about 1982. Their assembly manual cost $2.
Unbelievable.
I bought this one in 1972.
Tom's got one right there. Tom's got a manual right there.
Oh my God.
1972.
Wow.
Yeah, a bit older than this one.
You got.
Kind of
We're
printing
putting
date on
ourselves
this
here, boys.
1975. June 5th, 1975.
We've had 160
And how
people
old?
watch this video so far.
That's pretty good.
Wow. That's
But only
awesome.
6 likes. What's wrong with you guys? Hit that like button. Thumbs up. Helps the channel grow.
I guess I
They
better
didn't say that, though.
Robert, hold
That
on.
means 155 of them.
Anyway, that's a little trivia.
154 people watched and didn't like it. But they've been watching for the
No,
average.
they just thought we're all nuts.
The average.
No, it's not that they didn't like it, Sparky. They just haven't clicked the thumbs up button. That's all.
The average
Yeah, or
watch
they just
time
think
is
we're all
20
nuts.
minutes. The
Yeah.
average watch time is
Okay.
20 minutes.
Okay.
Well, that's because that's when Steve was talking. They
Yeah.
clicked out. Sorry, Steve, if you watch the rerun, buddy. Sorry.
We love them. It's awesome.
We do. We love him. We love him. I'm just busting his chops a little bit. Hey, I'm gonna share something again here.
It's
As
all
long as,
good fun.
long as we're all still on. Let me show you this. So this is when Samuel was 5 years old. This is his first time soloing. And check this airplane out. This is a 3 times blown up size Little Wizard. This is so everybody knows what the Little Wizard is. The half A
wow.
Little Wizard. This is blown up 3 times with a Fox 35 on it. I bought this airplane at an RC swap meet in Michigan for $5. Check this video out. Watch this.
Is Big Wizard. Somebody blew up a Carl Goldberg Wizard, 3 times size. It's got a Fox 35 on it. You ready?
Sam's 5 years old. This is the first time he ever had the handle by himself. Can you all see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the video that made me send him that flight streak.
I think it is.
There's some guy chasing him around the circle there.
Watch it. This is the first time I ever left the circle. This is the first time I ever left him alone.
Go, Sam, go.
He's 5 years old. Look at him hang on to that 35.
Did you build it as a sheet wing, Mike, or a built up?
It actually had a built-up wing, seated built-up wing. And he had a little hot run there. He had a little lean run. But that is the first time I ever left the circle, and he's 5 years old flying a 35 size plane. And no, he doesn't have a safety song on.
Cool.
Oh well.
Look at the concentration on his face, man.
Is that a hot rock handle painted blue?
That's a combat handle.
Okay.
They did have some blue hot rocks, though.
That thing's screaming, man.
This is
What
awesome.
is that, about 4.5?
Look at it dragging him around.
If we could introduce control line to kids this young, it would come back. But the way they have it set where we can't fly in the schoolyards and can't introduce the kids to this, it's going to go away.
Yeah. Well,
There's one little town in central Alberta, a small city, is actually encouraging it. One of our club members is an aircraft mechanical engineer down there, and he's opened up a little hobby shop and whatnot. Super enthusiast. Anyway, he's getting these ready to fly and ARFs and whatnot in for that he found from China or something cheap, and doing McCoys and Foxes, whatever, versus cheap old engines instead of super fancy new ones. And the town is actually on board to provide flying circles and support for it. And it's just amazing that a town nowadays will actually get behind the kids hard for it.
We need more of that.
We have up to 2,000 kids fly at Oshkosh. That week of Oshkosh, up to 2,000 kids fly control line.
You know Dan McEntee then, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Is there any follow-up from Oshkosh on how these kids, how many carry on with the hobby or anything? Is there any club follow-ups or anything like that?
If you don't get the parents interested, the kids
Because
will
I was kind
never
of thinking
stick.
about trying to introduce that sort of.
Yeah, it's hard. All I can say, I've done a couple of flying sessions with the Sam's Cub Scout pack. We did one every year for 3 years, and put 20, 25 kids on the handle on Sam's Rugged Stunt Trainers, and we've flown some combat demo matches, and they all love it, and all the kids love flying, but not one parent ever contacted me and said, "Hey, we'd like to build a plane and start flying with you guys." That people just aren't interested in it. The dads, the moms and dads, just they don't want to take the time to invest in it.
No, that's what it is.
It's a shame.
Exactly it.
They all say, "Hey, this was awesome. We had a great day. My son had so much fun. Thank you for doing this." Well, do you want to continue? No. That's always the answer. is no. You know,
Yeah, they have other things going on. Yeah.
Right.
Try and get the parents' hands on the handles too, and do it a family thing is what we're going to try. That might not work, but we're going to try that again.
Is that Gary Sinclair that did the collage for me?
Yes.
That's me.
I want to thank you very much for that. It's super neat.
You're quite welcome. I wanted to tell you too, I enjoy your stories when you're showing your videos because I'm watching them,
Oh, about my dad?
Yeah, and whatever. Your stories of your younger days and all that. It's just kind of interesting.
I was going to contact you. If you look at the Stunthangar, video page, I have that, banner on top. Because you're so crafty with, I guess you're using Photoshop, I was wondering if you could make me a new banner for up there on my YouTube page.
I can try it,
Yeah, just
give you some ideas.
Search YouTube or search Google, use Google, and find out the size that it needs to be, because it has to be a certain size. I think it's 12 something by 320 whatever. And I just made that real quick. I just took a bunch of stuff and cut and pasted it. But your graphics is so much better than mine. I'd like to have an upgraded Stunthangar video banner for the YouTube channel.
Okay. We can give her a shot.
Appreciate it. Just let me know on the forum. You can send it to my email. You don't have to mail it or nothing.
Okay.
I think I'm going to do another giveaway this month. It's a kit that I bought at the swap meet. It's a Nobler kit that I've never seen before, and it's not exactly the same as a 52, or it's not the exact same as a green box Nobler. It's supposed to be, but just looking at it, I can see that it's not. But it's by Classic Air Models. Anybody ever hear of them? Got super nice wood in it, but it wouldn't. I'm not sure that it's not a green. It's close, but it's not. It's not the same. I'm gonna give that away, I think.
Okay.
I've been saving an ARF SV 11 to give away. I'll probably do that at Christmas. Might do a package of Super Tiger 60 and that SV11 together. I don't know.
Ooh, me.
Yeah.
No, me.
That's quite a Christmas present, Sparky.
Well, I gave away that other ARF, and they said give it to the beginner class at the Nats. Well, if there's not going to be a Nats, what do I do with it?
Exactly.
I guess I could recycle it.
Well, that SV11 with Super Tiger 60, it'd go real nice with the SV11 with the Super Tiger 56 I'm putting together next week.
How come you decided to use a 56?
Because I got two of them and they were almost free. One of them just came from Randy Smith, and he said real strong runner, so I'll switch over to something else later when I got the money for it. But
yeah, the
there's
51
only so many in the hobby, and if they're
the 51, the 56, and the 60 all have the same bolt pattern. I've been asked, why don't I use those other engines? The reason being is the 60 that came out in the 80s is the first one with the muffler lugs, and I don't want to use a strap-on Taytone muffler on those engines. Too heavy.
Yeah, I'm thinking about using flow-through off the, or not a flow-through, but a tube muffler off of OS 65 that I've got. Looks like it can fit on with a bit of an adapter. Sort of a strap-on, but I'm going to make a rigid clamp.
Yeah. Well, I often thought
the price was like 60 when I got the money. Okay.
I've given away some good stuff off the forum.
Yes, you have.
You know, I've never seen one of those kits built that I've given away, though.
That's wild.
I used to do it
I
every
wonder
month.
why. I don't get that.
I don't know.
That makes no sense at all.
If I ever win one, I'll happily send you progress pictures, Sparky.
I used to do them every month. Can't afford it.
Sparky.
Yeah.
Sparky.
Yeah.
Sam's Flight Street kit got built. We did a build thread on it, and he flew the piss out of that thing.
Yeah, well, that wasn't really. That was. Just,
I know.
It
wasn't a real stunt kit, but I know. But it got built, and he flew it.
No, it was a stunt kit, and yes, I saw it built and flown, but it really wasn't a giveaway entrance. I just gave it to him, you know.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. He was tickled to death to get that thing, man.
The man from the computer.
The man from the computer sent me a airplane kit. Yep.
That was funny. There's the man on the computer.
But I'll tell you what, that's the first airplane we ever built together, and I think that solidified his love for building and flying planes, because we have done nothing but go gangbusters with this stuff ever since. And he is infatuated with airplanes and building planes and flying. So
that's good.
I don't think that Sam will ever stop building and flying planes. It's always going to be with him.
Probably not.
I think I need to make a decal. The man from the computer.
That's cool.
That tickled me when he said, "The man from the computer."
Well, he was only 5 years old then, Sparky. He was just a kindergartner, you know.
I know.
I mean, he's 11 going on 21 now, so, but he still remembers, you know. And not only that, we took that plane to Detroit with us, that Flight Streak trainer. We put a LA-15 on it, and we taught some of his cousins and some of my friends' kids how to fly on that airplane as well up in Detroit when we were there. So like 4 or 5 other kids flew that airplane as well.
No, that's good.
Wow.
I think I saw a video of that.
Yeah, I went up to Detroit for a combat contest. Sam wasn't flying combat yet, but he was there with me, and we brought the Flight Streak trainer, and then some of my friends and family members came out, and when the contest was over, we took it out to the circle and put a bunch of kids up on that very same plane you sent us.
Well, I'm going to get off of here, but you guys can stay on. I'm going to end the stream. But you guys can stay on and talk and have fun, but the YouTube side is going to go away. So we've been on 4 hours, 2 minutes, 165 playbacks, only 6 likes. Please like, subscribe, and share the video. And I want to thank you for watching. And make sure to join Stunthangar and use your real first and last name, or you will not get through. All right, guys.
It's nice to finally meet you.
Good night, Sparky.
Good night, guys.
See you, Sparky. All right, let's see what Len's working on here.